There is. You agree with me that there is, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that
I,
we're
I, I
on.
never.
We're live. Just so you know.
Okay, wonderful.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome all who knows how many of you are here. We are today, of course, joined by Shakespeare, the expert on things history and things related to specifically Jewish history. Isn't that
Hmm.
right?
Yes, that is correct.
Hmm? Can you introduce yourself to the one person that's currently watching us? It's okay. It's gonna warm up.
One. So yeah, I'm Shakespeare. I am a
Come on.
PhD in cultural history, and my primary focus is in Jewish history and Jewish diaspora history, focusing like in Latin America. And I am myself Jewish and a rabbi, so
Wait,
I
so you
have
did become a rabbi?
yes, I did. And so I am just here to have a discussion about this very
Wait, hold
sensitive
on.
and
I'm gonna
and
DM you.
topic.
I'm gonna DM you. Oh, wait a
Sure.
second. Hmm. Okay, okay, okay. Let me just. Hmm. I'm gonna make this smaller because there's some things that annoy me about this. Okay. What is this looking? This is looking better. No, that's horrible. Okay, it's gonna have to be big. So, hello, Lily Ten Shoes. Hello, hello. I have promoted us far and wide into the ether of the internet. Oh yeah, I'm gonna DM you. Hold on. Oh god, technical issues. But it's okay. People are still coming in. Hello. Oh, hello. Not here. Who is here? Hello, Bill Portley. Okay, we've gotten more people watching now, but okay, I'm DMing you right this second.
Mhm.
Just answer by writing, don't answer in voice. I'm gonna need this later. So how is every SWAT system? Hello, hello. Oh, I can hear a weird feedback from your side.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to see you all again, and those of you that are that I have not yet had a chance to meet. Hello.
Okay, I have responded. So, we are here to break my silence on the big topic of Israel and the recent happenings that have been Are you typing to me?
No, I'm not.
Okay, because it seemed like you were typing. So, yes, that is the reason why we have assembled here today. So maybe we could start with a little bit of a blast to the past. Since you're our today's expert, give us
Mm.
a bit of a overview of your rabbinic view on Zionism, its relation to the diaspora, how it historically sort of went down, and how it became the dominant force in the quote unquote Jewish world.
Well, well, first, thank you for your questions. I really appreciate them. And so, um, what essentially what we now call Zionism is something that was developed in the German-speaking parts of Europe, and was part of the many discourses that existed in terms of, how to go about seeking emancipation for the Jewish people, whether they should take an assimilationist approach, whether they should take and later on in the late 19th century, a nationalist approach. And I want to highlight the 19th century because it's at the beginning of the 19th century that you get things like Hassidism, right? That's kind of like distancing away from the formal, sometimes called legalistic ideas of
Hasidism?
Hasidism, but getting away from the Litvich understandings, the more Talmudic based.
Didn't Hasidism originate all the way back in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth?
No, yes, it did. It has its origins there, but I'm using this as a reference point, the beginning of the 19th century, to show that the discussions that we're talking about, right, that were different from the ones that were happening in the Russian Empire, right? I guess that's what I'm trying to highlight. And so in the
So basically, in
German-speaking
places
land,
like
in what is now,
sorry, because when we say German, the Russian Empire, we have to sort of distinguish a few things. We have to distinguish between the empire, the deep empire proper, and the so-called Congress Kingdom, which was Poland, the Polish Congress Kingdom, which was part of the Russian Empire, but it was sort of a bit of its own thing within the Russian Empire, wasn't it? And the Jewish community was also a bit different from the deep Russian community within Russia proper, within the Congress Kingdom. I would say.
Yes, and also different from the particular Jewish community that had developed in the area around Vilna, which is Vilnius in Lithuania, because there are many different, different divisions, I suppose, one way of putting it, of Judaism, as I know we've spoken about before. And so when I'm talking about the 19th century, I'm talking about once the Northern War is over and Poland has been partitioned between Austria-Hungary, Prussia, and Russia. The westernmost part of that was called the Pale of Settlement, right, which is where most Jews that had now become part of their empire, of the Russian Empire, were compelled to live. But there was, of course, populations of Jewish people that lived further within what is now modern-day Russia and modern-day Belarus, and also Ukraine. So what I'm trying to say is they existed they had different discussions in comparison to what was happening in Germany, where one, the Jewish population was which was much smaller,
Yeah.
and also had been more integrated into
Yeah.
German society. So it's in this time of sort of
It's also
the
worth inserting a bit, if I may,
yeah, please.
that saying when it comes to the Congress Kingdom of Poland, using the term Jewish community singular can be a bit misleading because it was
Exactly.
more like a collection of several different communities that had their own interests, their own goals, their own way of going about things. Some were secular, some were religious, some were, there were many different groups, as noted by a person that came to the Congress Kingdom as a Litvak to start a Yiddish press, that there was no unison within there was no singular community, that there
Right.
was that everybody was, separate but loosely connected by being Jewish, basically.
Right. And so it's in this multitude of communities that the community which had been given the most civil rights, that had been most integrated into German society or into any European society, particularly Germany, where Jewish people were very much a minority, um, meant that um, they were able to form part of more of the petit bourgeois, even bourgeois classes. Um, and so their view on the idea of Jewish emancipation took a very distinct tone, as opposed to the ones that happened with the Bundists more in the
Yeah, the
Russian
Bund.
Empire.
Yeah, and Poland later, because Bund was squashed later in the USSR, and the Polish Bund became basically the only Bund that was existing.
Exactly. And so Zionism begins in this time when German nationalism and all the other nationalisms of Europe are starting.
Hmm.
And the question is brought to the fore for the seen as the founder, right, the founding father of
Herzl.
Zionism, Herzl, right, Theodor Herzl, when the Dreyfus affair happens, when he is a
Yes,
reporter.
because he was also a lawyer.
Yes, he was also a lawyer, and also he also wrote a novel called Alt Neuland, which in Hebrew actually is named Tel Aviv, which is interesting, because it's Tel Aviv is the only city, I guess, that's we know that was named after a novel in that way. But the point being that Theodor Herzl again grew up in a pretty bourgeois lifestyle, because most of the Jewish people had been integrated into
Yes.
the societies of the German-speaking lands. The reason why I say that is because both the German Empire, which was modern Germany plus other areas, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire had competing nationalisms within it, precisely because they had parts of other nationalities' land within them.
What I f-
So it's in. Yes, go ahead.
oh, sorry. What I find interesting is that apparently Herzl, for a time, wanted to see himself as German first rather than Jewish. He wanted to become fully German. He was a real Germanophile for a long time, and then he faced in his law practice, um, in his nationalist German group, he faced anti-Semitism, and then the Dreyfus thing happened, and he sort of thought to himself that for him being German is basically impossible, which also created this dynamic
Yes,
that I feel is very interesting: assimilation versus creating a separate state with nothing in between, which was a different, again, discussion in the Congress Kingdom of Poland.
right, right. And so So what ends up happening is that Herzl goes from Vienna, again, where he is educated in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, given, again, uh, uh, firmly believes in this idea, like the kind of Mendelssohn who lived earlier, where, essentially you could be a good citizen of Germany or of of any country, but still keep, of course, yes, he studied in Vienna, and still, of
and
course,
Kraswad at the
be
context of the growing ethnic nationalism of Hungarians as a backlash after the failure of 1848-49.
yes, yes, and so it was when Theodor Herzl goes to become a journalist that he is sent to France, which is again another important, very secularized society, right? That's also having its own nationalism, and they have the Dreyfus affair, which
Yeah.
was very famous because Émile Zola wrote his famous J'accuse. In fact, it was a really big deal, the fact that it was anti-Semitic, because there was no evidence to prove that that Dreyfus had done anything that
Yeah,
had
and
been
it's
charged.
so in fact famous that basically everybody learns this at school. At least it's taught in the Polish schools.
Yeah, it's
Is
not
that
it's not
really?
taught in U.S.
Oh, well, it's taught. It's very, it is taught in Poland. It's a very big, huge event, huge
Right.
historical event. I assume
Yeah,
it's also
and
taught in Hungary, Karasu, right? It has to be. I don't believe it's not.
Theodore.
No, the
Yes.
Dreyfus
Uh,
affair. I don't believe that it's not taught in most of Europe within history class.
oh no, I was reading what Karasu was saying here about the novel Altneuland in Hungarian,
Hmm.
Theodore Herzl's fiction. Um, but
It's not taught in
uh,
Germany. That is so weird. In Polish, it was very taught. Or maybe my grandfather just told me about it when he taught me history.
again, like I'm not
I know
surprised.
that he stressed it as a super important event.
Right. Like I'm not surprised that it's not taught in many places because, I mean, even when I've like spoken to, I've told you about my colleague Afghan Resistance that lives and works in France, like, and they're also a historian. They have never heard it being spoken about anyway.
That's
So,
so. I always assumed that it was one of the most obvious things taught ever. At least I was
I'm
taught about it in a way that made me believe that it was something that was essential learning.
no, yeah, and I agree.
Basic
In
learning.
my opinion, it's essential learning. Um, but a lot of Jewish history in Europe is kind of like removed to instead only focus on as if like the Jewish people weren't there, which is is a very bad way of teaching history.
Hmm.
But
Interesting.
I don't know
I'm
why
trying to remember if
particularly
I
in the United
learned
States.
this from grandfather or from school.
And so it's in this context that Herzl begins to think that no matter how assimilated a Jewish person was, that
They will always be
anti-Semitism,
Jewish, in
which
other words.
that they will always be Jewish, but when he does this, he uses the white supremacist framing that began even in the late medieval period, that was particularly back in this during the Spanish Inquisition times, was focused on the idea of blood, right? That like it didn't matter if you were a Jew who converted to Catholicism because you had Jewish blood, which made you behave like a Jew.
That goes back to
And that's
Spain,
still,
right?
yes, this goes back to Spain and their own discussions about how race, and particularly when it comes to blood, limpieza de sangre, literally purity of blood, becomes central to their understanding of that. So And so what ends up happening is that it's in this idea, right, that people try to, when the bourgeois nation states are being kind of constructed, right, via, in the Romantic period and then solidified by the Victorian period, you essentially have this idea of a mythical connection to the quote unquote original people of whatever nation that you wanted, that you were part of.
Yeah, which is
And so
of
that
course
meant
all
that
nonsense, just to make it clear.
yes, exactly. And so when it came with the Jewish people,
Don't mind
it
me,
was
I'm
this
just
idea that, well, they would. Okay. With the Jewish people, it was that they don't have that connection, that mythical connection, going back, and so it's in this where the idea of scientific anti-Semitism comes up, right? Like that's when the term antisemitismus was born, insofar as it was created in Germany as a way to stop saying we should not hate Jewish people solely on religious grounds.
but also quote
Instead,
unquote
we need to hate
racial,
Jewish people on racial grounds, right? So it
nationalist.
was yes, exactly.
But if you think about it that way,
And so it's because
it's empty, the bottle. But if you
mhm.
think about it that way, then I'm sorry, I'm gonna correct my hair while I make the point. If you think about it that way, it also sort of turns out that Zionism, in a very strange twist of fate, embraced this idea, no?
Yes, no,
In a way.
they essentially take this on,
Like,
and
yes, we are a
indeed,
separate thing
this is
and we need a separate thing, therefore, because we are different actually, and we do have this component of uh, race slash nation that makes us so separate that we cannot ever assimilate.
right. And so again, it takes the white supremacist framing, that is born out of people like Herbert Spencer's books on biology, etc., and the understand like so like the phrase "survival of the fittest" is actually should be attributed to Herbert Spencer, because he's the one that took Darwin's ideas and then applied them to races of people, which of course doesn't make any sense because races are social constructs. But back then, of course, there was this belief that there was a reality to them, and so that's what also made their usage in this discussion being very again, it fed into the general anti-Semitism that was very rife in the 19th century,
Yeah.
and it was always rife in Europe, but that had taken a particular
Flavor.
yes, so to speak, after the revolutions of 1848. So it's in this that you essentially get a group of intellectuals, mostly,
From rich
who
backgrounds.
correct, who begin to essentially take the white supremacist model framework that other nationalisms are using to create their own, and then apply it to the Jewish people.
Right.
And so this is where you begin to have this idea of that, oh well, what kind of, as you were saying, right, that it's true, like it literally says what the anti-Semites say is true about us, right, which is not true. Right, like that is not the case. But they needed that, the Zionists, especially in the beginning, because the idea of self-determination, which is something that is a leftist position, was something that they also tried to use this nationalism on, because this was a time when the idea of a nation state, right, that contains said nation was seen as important, right? Like it,
The
like
best route, basically.
Yes, where they try to make it so that the map and the territory were one to one, so to speak.
Hmm.
And what ends up happening is that this is when they begin to theorize how they can go about doing this. The discussions often were broken into groups of people depending on who wanted to do what. And so what I mean by that is some people were saying we should just go to the quote unquote new world, buy land in Argentina and Patagonia and start new over there, start a completely fresh. But then there were also a huge group of people that said, well, since there's this historical tie to
Israel.
the to Eretz Israel, that therefore we should try to have one there. And so, in this context, again, like I said, is when you begin to solidify this idea that not only are like should the Jewish people have a nation state, but that it is legitimized through the same nationalist ideals of the other bourgeois nations, and so that requires the idea of assimilation or the idea of even of just existing alongside other people
Right.
to mean that to no longer be centered in thought. And so at the end, yes, Karasu is completely correct. If you read Der Judenstaat, he gives both the Palestine plan and the Argentina plan. And at first, it definitely seems like people would have preferred Argentina, specifically because they would have gotten more land, one, and two.
There probably weren't people living there that would need to be
Well,
conflicted with.
in the 19th century, Argentina did its conquest of the South, as they call it, where they began to do a genocide of the indigenous people that lived in the arid southern parts of the country. So, because of that, because of that, a lot of people wanted that instead because essentially it was empty.
Right.
But
I do have
then,
some. Okay, finish, and I will
yeah.
have some additional questions.
No, I was just going to say, but then the people that focus on Palestine in particular begin to focus on that because then they try to use kind of like how the Germans use the Nibelungenlied, or the French use La Chanson de Roland, or whatever it might be, to sort of or El Poema del Cid in Spain, right, to create this idea of the historical, transcendental nation that goes back hundreds of years. That's what.
With Palestine, like the usual number is 2,000 years.
Yes. So they essentially take the idea of being in the diaspora and then flip it on its head in a way by saying, well, then we should take the land of Palestine and there try to create a Jewish state, since there is already this, again, I don't want to say imagined, but in the sense that it is a mythical connection, right? Like it's not based in some like, oh, people actually had a connection to the land. It's that they're using this 2,000-year-old idea of connection to the land to justify taking the land.
And of course, the Bund was highly opposed to this connection.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just inserting that the Bund was explicitly against this connection, from what I gathered from.
Yes, and there.
Which leads me to my
Jean
question.
K.
Yeah. Let's read the chat. The chat has priority. Can you?
No, I just wanted to answer. That there was a plan for a Jewish state in Uganda for some reason. The reasoning why was because the World Zionist Congress, which was held in Basel in Switzerland, had to vote on the fact that there were pogroms happening. I think the Volchny pogroms. I can't remember exactly, but it was somewhere in the Russian Empire. And so, because of having to decide under duress, um, where they would want to establish a state, they approved the British proposal that they be given land in Africa, and in particular, what is it's called Uganda, but it's not coextensive. Yes, the Kishinev pogroms. Correct. Thank you so much. Um, that essentially it isn't where modern Uganda is now. It would have included parts of Tanzania and Kenya because it would have had a coastline. So it wouldn't have been landlocked. It would have had that there. And so they accepted that proposal on the basis of there being pogroms that were starting and were ongoing. That they were willing to do that.
Interesting.
But
Yeah,
the
no.
Congress. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you finish. I tend to untimely
Oh no,
interrupt.
I'm done.
You're done? Oh, sorry.
Hmm.
I was about to give the trivia of our favorite author, Isaac Bashevis Singer, where he wrote in his book that again the world, sort of the Congress, the International Zionist Congress has gathered again, even though their leader Herzl is already long dead. They still do their little congresses. And then added that the socialists wrote, why would anyone want to go to this desert place where people already dwell, where you can make the situation of the working class here better? Which I find very interesting, Part of me makes me wonder which part of us was Zinger's little jab at Israel, depending on when he wrote the book,
Hmm.
because he wrote some of his books after Israel was already established, even if the books took place before World War One.
The Madagascar plan was more of a thing that that was
Madagascar.
thought of by the Madagascar plan was something that was used later on, particularly by the Germans, because I mean it still would have been genocide. I mean, that's one thing I want to make very clear. The forceful movement of peoples anywhere is genocide. Um, and don't let any Stalinist tell you, oh, but the Crimean Tatar, blah blah blah. It's like, no, moving of anybody inside. So I just want to be very clear when it comes to this. Like, as someone that has to research these topics, when people try to say, oh, well, this doesn't count because people weren't necessarily, whatever. It's like, no, even forceful imprisonment, forceful movement, etc., dispossession, all fit within that category. But regardless, the point being that that was something more that happened as a result of the Germans saying that they would be willing to, after the conquest of France, that they could use that as a way to send the Jewish people off to, far away to some island, right, and to essentially cause their extinction, to put it that way, via like an embargo. That was part of the Madagascar plan, was
And
to just move them and cause suffering.
of course, Karasu mentioned the plan to create like the Jewish Oblast in Crimea.
Yes, and then they ended up creating the Jewish Autonomous Oblast, which technically still exists in Birobidzhan, which is in this very narrow. It's almost like pear-shaped right along the Chinese border. Now there is a novelist who has written, and his wife is Jewish, and his children are Jewish. Has written about how the Stalinist Holocaust that was essentially being prepared, and how they essentially were going to. And again, this is just again from his own understanding. I'm not saying that this is my own, but that the reason why they chose it so far away is because they wanted to essentially do what Turkey did during the Armenian genocide and sort
Oh,
of
the Great
make
March.
essentially make the Jewish people have to run all the way out to Birobidzhan, and if you could make it there, then you would be, free. But if you couldn't, well, you couldn't, so to speak.
I mean, if you die, you die, sort of. Okay, I guess I have a few more questions for you as we move towards the inevitable. So, I know that Zionism has positioned itself, has established two very specific things about itself. One was its sort of opposition to the idea of the diaspora itself, right? Seeing the
Mhm.
diaspora itself as a diseased thing, as actually phrased by Zionist doctrine itself, and also the idea of an old Jewish person and the new Jewish person. Can we speak on that a little bit?
Well, it's interesting because that's actually why the title of the novel that Herzl wrote is called Alt Neuland, right? It's the old new land, right? And that is that there was the belief that the old Jew was the Jew portrayed in Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice, as being a miser, as being greedy, and also the other portrayals, especially in the 19th century,
Very
that
anti-Semitic,
were
in other words.
I mean, like Jew face is an actual term because that is what they did. Like they would dress up people, and I use this particular example of Shylock, because in Germany they would make Shylock have like the person wear like a nose prosthetic and have a hunchback and essentially be monstrous, which is part of this, right? And the other critique was that Judaism had become so introverted, so to speak, right? Um, so to speak, and that instead of actually being in the world and actually doing something, instead they were these passive, victims, which they weren't. I mean, in the sense that passive, like no, it's just that they were a marginalized group, and But anyway, that's neither here nor there
Well,
for
there's
right now.
also, from what I gather, the idea that the old Jewish person is weak, and that
Yes,
the
weak.
old Jewish person is like this, just borrowed in books, and that the new Jewish person will be a patriot, will be ready to fight and die for
Yes,
the country, and that the new Jewish person will be
yes.
a nationalist. That was where the sort of
Yes, there were also images. There were posters of this, where I mean, this is why the Zionists created the Maccabee Games, right? Which are essentially a Jewish Olympics, right? Where it's like instead of it being about like their knowledge in Torah and all of that stuff, instead they wanted to take the Jewish person away from the shtetl and instead take them to Palestine and turn the desert green, right? And be suntanned and be muscular and be like these were things that were common in all nationalist movements, especially like as I said in Germany, where like their idea of like, for example, when this term was used to mean this Übermenschen, right? That ideal of this overman, this as opposed to the old form, is something that Zionism took very literally. And so I mean that's one of the reasons why they banned Yiddish as soon as they could, and that's actually one of the reasons why initially, when they started the state of Israel, or rather when they first started colonizing, the official language was German, was because essentially the closest nationalism to to what the Zionists were doing was Prussian nationalism, which also stressed like a military, a militant type of nationalism, right?
Yes.
Based on martial skill, based also in this idea of connection to the countryside, shovels and spades, and and also being, like again, uh, these ideas of people, of the Jewish people now having their time in the sun, so to speak.
But also interesting that you've mentioned Yiddish, because it feels to me like
Yes.
the idea of nationalism and Zionism sort of clashed with the a pretty wide idea that is now being resurfaced in studies. I have a very nice book about it, very thick book called The New Spacious Yiddish Land. So the Yiddish land was the idea that Jewish people do not actually have a single homeland. The Jewish people live all over the world, but are sort of connected, that that Jewish people transcend nationality, so to speak, and nationalism, and that there's this connection through the Yiddish land, the language itself, and other things. And it sort of stands in opposition to the idea that we actually belong to this one specific land. We are a modern nation with a modern nation state and a national language that belongs to this particular nation state. Do you have anything to speak on this?
Well, it's interesting because Derrida and other such thinkers have said that, like, the modern subject as we know it now kind of began with the Jewish people because of this fact that we couldn't, right, base our identity on something like just based on these mythical ideas of the past. Instead, they had to be based in the fact that rather our identities were always mixed, and were always part of something else, right? Like Russian Jews, German Jews, Lithuanian Jews. And so, and because there was that mobility, because there were those things, that is what nationalists of the white supremacist, European side saw as being, again, against their view, which is true in one sense, because they wanted Germans, like, as if only Germans could understand how to live in what we now call Germany, right? And so this is where the idea, again, of blood quantum, blood memory, a lot of these ideas that come from eugenics and from other things, right, come to play on that. And so the Jewish people being able to have this connection that is more cosmopolitan, one might say, which I use that term precisely because I know that is a term that is used later on as a negative against the Jewish people, right? But now it's used as a positive, right? And so that's what we get. That's what we get is a lot of people questioning whether or not Jewish people can pertain because of the fact that Jewish people have shown that migration is the natural state of humanity, and instead Jewish people have adapted to wherever they have lived in, and that shows the resilience of our traditions and culture,
Of course, keep
which
in
is
mind
also
that adaptation does not equal assimilation. That's a very
yes,
important thing
exactly.
to point and stress. And also, I don't know. I personally feel more married to the idea of the Yiddish land than the idea of a nation state. Where would you place yourself in this thing?
I would place myself pretty much in the same idea. I mean, definitely the idea of the bourgeois nation state is not something that is worth um, I mean, I would say it was a failed project even in the 19th century, and is a failed project even today,
Mm,
because you cannot just draw a line somewhere and say this is where the German people end and everybody else begins, right? And so I think that, and not only that, but I just think it goes against the very sort of quality, I guess, of the life that we live now. I mean, I
mm.
would say that. So
Okay. So the next question would be, because I think this is a very important thing to discuss. I guess this is going to be a pretty big one because we're going to be discussing a lot of European countries like Germany, Hungary, Russian Empire with Poland. Just how receptive were Jewish people of all the different countries to the idea of Zionism itself. Like before World War One, after World War One, before World War Two. Let's focus on that period.
um, I mean, definitely the nationalism that led to World War One, that was a part of that, is something that some Jewish people, began to identify, patriotically with the nation that they lived in at the time, so to speak. Like Germans, disproportionately speaking, the vast majority of Jewish men, right, participated in the war, right? So
Mm.
and which actually disproves the lie that was told, even during the war, that it was Jewish people and
Okay, we will add
communists that,
the sorry, we will add the non-European Jewish communities as well into this question. That's correct. Okay.
yeah. So when it comes to the nationalisms of Europe, the Jewish people have always been, or rather, I should say, the suspicions of this idea have always come with the caveat that Jewish people obviously do not want to be, no marginalized community wants to continue to be marginalized. And so having expanded access to education, etc., were things that allowed more Jewish people to participate in society and to also become much more secular, for example. Um, and so that is something that was seen as very important. But when it started to become this quote unquote blood and soil type of nationalism, which it did, which it was, and in many ways still is, it immediately started to create that division between uh, you know the the ideal of the nation and these other people, and
Mm.
this is where the trope of Jews as infiltrators, etc., comes about, right?
Mm.
And so, but Jewish people in particular were not receptive to Zionism in the beginning, and this is because, uh, and I've already talked about this example before, but the 80 chief rabbis of Germany, of the major cities in Germany, signed a letter saying they did not want the World Zionist Congress to take place in Munich, which is where Herzl wanted to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so the German state said that they wouldn't allow it, right? So initially, the decision, like when it came to Zionism, there was not that much of an interest. It was a fringe movement within the many movements that Jewish people have participated in. Um, and the main thing that sort of got it legs, I guess is one way of putting it,
Mm-hmm.
is the fact that then it began to align itself with colonialist, imperialist powers, and saying that essentially they would, create a state that would be to the benefit of the Western imperialist powers. So,
So
so
what
you have
about,
that.
we'll go one by one. What about Austria-Hungary, and then moving more eastward, the Russian Empire with the Congress Kingdom of Poland?
In the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you had a lot of the compete. Well, for one, once they finally had a parliament, right? The Austro-Hungarian Empire. There was indeed a huge issue. One, again, you have a multi-ethnic empire, and you're trying to now have a parliament that represents and speaks for all of these people at once. Um, and so, the nationalisms of Croatians and of Hungarians and of um, Bosnians and et cetera, and Serbians, right?
I guess it
They
also
began,
included Polish people as well within the
yeah,
Austria-Hungary, and Jewish people,
um,
and etc.
right. And so their desire for representation, their desire for um, not for like fractioning off, right? But instead of an end to
Oh,
the
Karasu adds an
empire, right? And
important
instead
caveat
having,
that there was more than one parliament
which
within
is,
Austria-Hungary.
yes, 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 that is true. I'm talking about the one that was in Vienna at the time. Um, because in essence, what did end up happening is that different languages, different everything, and instead of giving them autonomy and giving them the ability to have self determination, it was forced upon them to remain in this sort of a prison house of nations, and that is where the Jewish desire to live in countries that were multi ethnic and etc. were actually best expressed, which is why, for example, in the Ottoman Empire, the Jewish people have always had a much better relationship within the Ottoman Empire, to the point where, like in Iraq, what is now Iraq, they were so entrenched within Iraqi society that people didn't really see that much of a difference between uh, a Muslim and a Jewish person, because you would have so much intermarriage, etc. But with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, because you started to have that German nationalism and Hungarian nationalism that were both tied to Catholicism, you begin to have the Catholic anti-Semitism become predominant in certain provinces like what is now Slovenia, and Croatia as well, and then you have Orthodox anti-Semitism in Serbia, etc. And so, in essence, that pushes the Jewish desires to instead have one open state, so to speak, if I may even say it's a state, but one place where everybody's rights are respected, which is kind of the ideal that the Bundes would say, right? And in fact, we've spoken about this song before, that the Bundes motto is kind of, is sort of embodied in these song lyrics, right?
Yeah,
Where it says, "You want to take us to Jerusalem so we can die as a nation, but we'd rather stay in the diaspora and fight for our liberation."
right.
And so that is the Bundist view, that instead of just having a nation state for one people, instead we have to fight for the liberation of all people,
And
right?
of
That our
course,
struggle is as much.
yeah. Oh, sorry. And of course, I've
Mhm.
given you the quote from the Zinger's book, what the Bundists wrote about the idea of moving
Yes.
to uh, Israel. Oh, and of course, we'll read Karasu because Karasu always has something interesting to say. This is 1867, after Hungary given a representation and independent local parliament. And sadly, this Hungarian parliament was worse in a sense to give rights to minorities. Here you ended up with a straight up anti Semite party. You had intermarriages, though, because you had a liberal elite. These were assimilationist Jewish people mostly, and sadly, the criticism of this industrialization ended up extremely nationalist and turned against this liberal elite in a sense that included the urban Jewish population.
Yeah, and there was also the sense of the fact that Jewish people have had to live in urban areas.
Yeah,
That fascism, it likes, and I'm just going to go from nationalism, and what it leads to when it comes to fascism is this idealization of the countryside, right? Which is a space that has historically excluded Jewish people because Jewish people could not own land in most countries in Europe, etc. So like their ideal of that is
Of
also
course, we will get into some differences between the more east we will go when it comes to
yes,
this.
exactly. Yes, because in Russia things change dramatically.
Like within
Especially because,
in the Polish areas as
mhm,
well, many Jewish people actually did live in the
yes,
countryside, and there were whole villages of basically of Jewish people. But
right.
that's our thing when we will
Uh,
move from the Austria-Hungary. Um, yeah.
right. And so instead you had and so like one of the most important cities for Jewish life, in particular Sephardic Jewish life, is a city that in Ladino we say Sarai, but in typically it's known as Sarajevo.
Mm, yeah.
And so Sarajevo was a major city, right? It's in Bosnia and Herzegovina,
Mm,
and it is a place where there is a lot of more Muslim influence in the sense of more people tend to be Muslim in that area. And so, what essentially you had there was a huge center of Jewish life, in particular the city of Sarai, that during the Second World War was essentially erased, almost completely destroyed.
well,
Um,
sadly that's like a common tale.
yes, and there's also the fact that you have Serbian nationalism, right? Like and other types of nationalisms in what later becomes the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, right? Um, that also is used, right, in an anti-Semitic way, um, by both the Catholics and the Orthodox churches, and so in this respect, right, like a lot of nationalisms have been described as in this. Hi, Devil EMS. A lot of people have been, and I think it's important to note this, that nationalism, in many ways, had a prerequisite of having the Jewish people be classified as not part of the nation, right?
Yes.
And and it is through that their ontology begins, right? That as soon as they negate another group, then that defines them. And so this is where the idea that Jews can never truly assimilate, that they will always be something other, right, which like I said goes back even to the late medieval period, still shows itself. One being tied to blood, like in the medieval period, in late medieval period, and also being seen as indelible, right? It is
Mm,
something that is literally, as it were, marked on you, right?
right. Okay, so now let's move eastward to uh, the Congress Kingdom, Russian Empire, stuff like that. I guess I'm gonna have
So
a bit
for
more
the
to add here myself when it comes to the Congress Kingdom and how that
well, if you
looked.
want, why don't I turn it to you for the Congress Kingdom, and then I will add in a bit more when it comes to like outside in the Pale of Settlement outside of the Congress Kingdom.
All right. So as I understand it, there was this pretty big mosaic of, as I said, different communities within the Congress Kingdom that sort of like um, you had secular groups that formed the Bund. You had various different religious groups. You had Orthodox. You had um, the Hasidic groups that were sort of treated separately from the Orthodox, which is now sort of treated differently now, but back then it was treated sort of like separate and pretty isolated.
Hmm.
And then you had the
Right.
more progressive branches, and then you had groups of Jewish people that centered around different things like art, like movie making later, a bit later in time, script, like, theater, and different things, you know? And those groups were sort of separated. They were not forming a one cohesive group that sort of were like we're one unit that is sort of with a single goal, or like those some of these groups fought against each other because you had the whole political spectrum as well sort of encapsulated within this, from very left-wing ideas to very right-wing ideas. And then you also have the at some point the entry of the so-called Litvaks from more
Hmm.
eastern parts of the empire, who entered the kingdom and became a catalyst to the creation of the Yiddish press, which was by assimilationist Jewish people seen with great suspicion as an attempt to Russify the Jewish population, which was very interesting because the press was directed in many cases towards people who did not speak either Russian nor Polish but only spoke Yiddish. So that
Right.
conspiracy theory was very interesting. But the press did somewhat serve a purpose of being this. That's a simplification, but it did end up being this glue that, in a way, connected the Jewish society together, if that makes sense. Even though the press was extremely varied in itself. And that's basically. And Zionism, within that context, was not extremely popular within the Congress Kingdom and forward. Like it was not real, not it was not favored on religious grounds because like the Messiah is not has not come, so it's impossible to go to, you know, without the Messiah.
Right.
And the secular portion of all those various communities did not feel comfortable with being framed as a modern nation in a modern nation state sense. So that was basically a big part of why in the Congress Kingdom and later before World War II, Poland, Zionism was not a hugely popular idea, at least from what I'm learning thus far about the subject.
Right. And again, that was
And
true
I
also.
would, sorry, to answer to Swasistem, I would highly oppose to calling Yiddish a German dialect.
Right. In fact, I too would not wish to call it a dialect because that kind of goes against the fact that uh, it has existed in a state that is separate and also contextually very different from German, to the point where saying that it's just a dialect is something people have used actually to lessen the importance of Yiddish,
I think it's its
for
own
that
language,
reason.
but
But
I guess
again,
I'm
I'm not saying that
biased.
that's. Oh no, it definitely is its own language. But like the people, and I'm not saying that the person that said this in your chat meant this, but I'm just saying that very often it is used as a way to, again, to make it seem as though Jewish people do not have, do not have their own language, right? Their own literature, their own culture, right? It's they will say things like, "Oh well, it's just you know
And I will also
who is the
extend this
German if
to I will extend this to Ladino, by the way. It's also very much its own language, not a dialect of some sort. Jewish
yeah
people historically have, actually, you could make a solid case and a whole separate discussion about how Jewish people throughout history have engaged in basically what can be described as language creation from elements of Hebrew combined with local sort of spoken languages, you know?
Right.
German speakers, right? And yeah, do you have anything to add to the thing that I said about the Congress Kingdom, how it viewed Zionism, etc.?
No, because again, I think Poland, that area of the world has always been, or that area of Europe has always been kind of not conducive towards the idea of a nation state, and that's something to be admired. I would say, that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is an example of a country that
A
does
composite
not.
state.
Yeah, it's a composite state. Yes, exactly. Shaq. What do you mean? Who is the German? If you want to follow for more.
Sorry, what?
Oh no, it's someone in my chat. I'm just like confused what they're asking.
What can you read the question?
They said, "Who is the German?" If we want to follow for more. I don't know what they're.
Maybe
What
maybe I'm the German. I don't know. I'm not German.
Now moving on to the Russian Empire, very much not for the Zionism. One of the reasons why is because in Russia you have shtetlach, right, which is the Yiddish word for the small villages that Jewish people were
That was
compelled to
part
live.
of Poland as well. But then again, Poland was part of Russian Empire at that time. But yes, that was that's very much a term used and very much a thing that existed within the Congress Kingdom, and I believe in Poland before World War II as well.
Yes, and so what? So the shtetlach were particularly formed in this huge block of land, or at least this map, if you look at it, this huge block that went essentially from the Baltic Sea all the way down to the Black Sea.
Yes, you can see a Polish, sorry to interrupt, a Polish wiki, shtetl, a little city, you know?
Yeah, shtetl.
A sort of, as I call it, cutified version of the word Stadt, city.
And so these shtetlach is where you had a lot of poverty, a lot of dispossession, a lot of more. Again, these were more rural, right? More
To be fair, you also had a lot
because
of tight
the whole
knit communities there, at least when it came to
yes,
Poland.
yes, that is true. And so, but when we're looking at it sort of at large, right? The Pale of Settlement was created essentially because the Russian Empire did not want the Jewish people to go into their heartland, so to speak, right? So they specifically made it very difficult, and
Hello, boy
essentially,
meets Mini.
for the most part, I will say illegal for Jewish people to, from this area of the world, right, to move to the heartland of Russia, so like St. Petersburg, etc., etc.
Yes,
However,
Jewish people were given very specific by Russia settling areas, which is also apparently why a lot of Jewish people moved to the Congress Kingdom as well, as I recall, because
yes,
of this
that is a
sort
big
of
reason.
yeah, because of the
Yes,
strict
because
policy of where Jewish people could settle within the Russian Empire.
right, and the Congress Kingdom also had functioned slightly different from, because it essentially had a different legal system to some extent.
To some extent.
It was not so, yeah, to some extent, and so that also meant that certain rules or expectations were kind of bent a little bit, that again, which is why a lot of people move to Congress Kingdom.
Yeah,
But for those,
which
but for those,
created the movement of Litvaks too, which created many very interesting things that we will probably be discussing in depth in the future. Like the creation of the press is a whole big story in itself that I would probably like to um, sort of explore with you in the future. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Today's topic is um, the situation in Israel, which we are very slowly ever moving towards. But I think this context is pretty important to understand what exactly happened and how we got to where we are today.
right. And so, like I said, in the Pale settlement, this is where you have the Shtetlach. This is where you have, again, very rural living, very distanced from the major industrial centers of Western Europe, and definitely far away from the, major trade centers of Russia, right? St. Petersburg, Moscow, etc. And so it's in this context that the book De Judenstadt is written by Herzl, again, having only experienced Vienna, right, Germany and France, really, in terms of how the Jewish communities existed there. And
Right,
he
because
writes, the Jewish people are a bourgeois people. Now, it's important that
yeah,
he uses that language because it's not true for the vast majority of the Jewish people in Europe.
yeah, especially
Um,
like I can speak for Poland, right? In Poland, pre World War Two, pre World War World War One, pre World War One, post World War One. There were many Jewish people who were very poor, even in the big cities. In Warsaw, there were many Jewish people who were extremely poor, who were who spoke only Yiddish, basically, to the point where, again, I'll go to literature. Isaac Bashevis Singer, right? He describes a rabbi that lives in a poor neighborhood of his own choice, of his own, accord, and gives advice to the poor people who come to ask about things like what's kosher and what happens when you spill some milk into the soup for the holidays. What should you do, etc., right? And the thought process of the rabbi is described that technically speaking, he should say you should just get rid of it, you should just throw it away. But since he has to take into account the material situation of the people coming to him, he has to bend the rules a little bit, because strictly adhering to the law would probably be a very substantial hit, financial hit, to people who are poor to begin with. So he would say things like, if you boil it really hard, then it's probably no problem. And it was like there were many such poor communities that sort of, and of course there was the problem of homelessness. Many synagogues basically ended up working as shelters where homeless and poor people could spend the night, come to eat something, and of course learn as well. So there was this aspect that's not really widely recognized, I think.
Yeah. No, and that's very true. And that's one of those things that, again, gets overlooked by people who do not wish to talk about this context, right? Leading up to these divisions that eventually cause the, again, more wealthier, more bourgeois, petit
Oh,
bourgeois
hmm?
intelligentsia types that sort of form the Zionist movement at first, in that in the Judenstadt, not only does Herzl say the Jews are a bourgeois people, so putting them on the same level with the French and the Germans, etc., but in his plan of how to go about colonizing Palestine, he specifically states that he wants to send the poorest Jewish people first. So then that way they can take care of the land and they can, do essentially do all of the hard, dirty work first,
Hmm.
and then you will send in middle class people, and then you will send in the petit bourgeoisie, then lastly you will have the actual bourgeoisie that are Jewish move to the state of Israel. But it was always premised on this idea that the people that are Zionists are part of these nation states that are quote unquote more advanced than the other places, which is why, again, like I said,
It's
yeah,
it's
go ahead.
interesting to know that from the perspective of poor Jewish people, as I understand it, um, poor Jewish people were not keen on going to Israel to do hard work, but rather to do things like rather go to the US and start a new life there where they could not be poor anymore. You know, that was
Yes,
the
in fact,
idea that we have financial troubles here, but if we could somehow get the money to get the passage fee, sometimes we would sort of we needed a passport, so we would have to sort of just pay a bit and go without a passport even for a ship to the US. We could start over and try to build something for ourselves and not be poor. That was sort of
yes,
the hmm?
and that's the reason why the sort of riposte, or the sort of the other way that the anti-Zionist position was the the idea that the United States, with the idea of the melting pot, etc., which that the play The Melting Pot was actually written by a Jewish person that never even went to the United States, but that idea of what the United States represented at that time was why there was such immense immigration from particularly Eastern Europe to the United
The people
States.
just saw it as a blank state where they could, like, I'm poor here, I might as well just go somewhere where I might have a chance to do something, earn some money, you know?
Right, and see this. What I'm about to say is actually something interesting, because it's interesting how this now is used as a right-wing talking point against people who, well, it's a right-wing talking point, and you will see how. The immigrants at this time in the 19th century, when they used to come from Europe, if they were of any other nationality, so to speak, in from Europe, they would usually send the young men only to go to America to go make money and then possibly return, etc. The Jewish people, when they immigrated to the United States, they would take their entire family, right? And so you see now where people use the idea of oh, why is it that young men are coming to Europe to find work? Blah blah blah. Right, this right wing talking point. It's that's literally the same thing that Europeans did, a century ago.
Mm.
It's just but the point being,
I
of
mean,
course, one
people
of the
go where
contexts is
they see opportunity. That's just.
right, exactly. And so that's why when Jewish people left, they left everything, right? They took all their family with them,
Yes, and of
specifically so.
course, they mentioned a couple of times, Isaac Bashevis Singer did that as well. He moved to the US because the financial situation was not very great in Poland. So I think he moved in like 25 or something. I'm not sure about the day where he moved to the US, but he moved because of the hardships of living in Poland, financial hardships.
Right, and also the fact that in pretty much in most of Europe, there were so many restrictions on Jewish people having even access to university, having access to anything
Hmm.
that would, open for them a higher standard of living, so to speak. That is another reason why so many people did go to the United States, because
Right.
ostensibly there were no restrictions, right? So
No. Ostensibly. But
yeah, ostensibly, yeah.
um Okay, so we've covered basically the this portion of the. I'm not sure if the attitude towards Zionism changed significantly after World War One from before World War One. What would you say on that?
Definitely not. I mean, one thing again we have to remember is that one, the vast majority of Jewish people that lived in Shetlach, etc., they did not agree with Zionism because uh, they didn't, one, again for religious reasons, and two, also just because just thinking about it, like this idea, oh, we're going to go to this new place, right, and just found our own thing, right, like
Just
the
gonna
idea of
abandon
that.
our homes where we lived for centuries, I guess.
Yes. And so this is why um, it really isn't. Well, what does change is that during World War One and during World War Two, the people that have begun the colonization of Palestine
I
under,
think
you
it
know,
became like
first,
since 1917, as far back the
yes,
colonization,
the British Mandate of
the settlement, when
right.
the king announced that creating this settlement for Jewish people is within the interests of the British Crown. But we'll get to that.
Right.
We will get to that within the video that we'll be watching later.
Right, and so it's in this context that the that Zionists begin to be trained, militarily. They begin to have training from fighting for the British against the Ottoman armies during the war, and then also, in World War II against whether it was fighting in Greece, etc. Under the under the British flag, and so this is something that also changed the way in which Zionism existed, where now not only did you have the colonization societies, as they were called back then, they proudly called themselves that back then, where you had some areas of Jewish settlement throughout the land of Palestine. But it wasn't until the Second World War, for
Yes.
many reasons, that then you have this desire by Britain and other nation states like the United States to displace Jewish people, whether they wanted to or not, to be moved to the land of Palestine.
I
And so
mean,
this
after
is
World War II, unfortunately, many Jewish people did actually want to move to the land of
no,
Palestine for very
yeah,
serious reasons. The
right.
situation
There were
became rapidly dangerous for Jewish people after World War II, in many places,
yes,
Poland included.
and so that is why you had, at that point, a lot of immigration to the United States, as well as to other countries in the Americas, and even like to Britain and to France in particular. But and some people that were then absorbed, I suppose, into what would they into the Soviet Union. But uh, this the Holocaust is a catalyst that, one, changes people's sort of orientation towards Zionism, at least in the sense of their initial premise, this idea of having a place that is safe for the Jewish people,
Hmm.
um, has to exist.
Yes.
But then they essentially become embroiled in a colonialist project, which
Yes.
is the issue that has caused the Nakba, where with the genocide and displacement of the Palestinians that lived there prior, and still have their claims to the land, is that one, Britain did allow for Jewish people did move Jewish people over to the Eastern Mediterranean, but first put them in essentially concentration camps again on the island of Cyprus, which it owned
Right.
at the time, uh, and then it put restrictions on migration, etc. But why they did this, there are many historians that have conflicting accounts of, well, not so much conflicting, but the reasoning why for you know for not allowing Jewish people to emigrate to Palestine. But then you have it where the Zionists try to make it so, facilitate, so that that way Jewish people do get moved to the land of Palestine, again, whether or not they really wanted to. And this is
Yeah.
to say that and this is something that even Hassan was, Hassan Abi, the streamer, was speaking to a Palestinian, like a historian on Palestine. And one thing that was brought up was the fact that the Zionists, right after the foundation of the State of Israel, they were the ones who caused a lot of issues for particularly Jews in Iraq, who are Mizrahi Jews, and in essence made it so that they were no longer felt safe and then had to be essentially removed and
We also have
moved
to.
into
We need to.
what was then the.
We need to take into consideration a very specific context of the Shoah, the Holocaust, and post-Holocaust period. That, as by a description of a survivor of the death camp, when the camp was, he described his happiness when the camp was sort of liberated by the US Army, you know. He was very thin. And then he described being locked in a sort of kept in the camp still. And that the US Army strangely took on the same methods as the Nazis did, because he was still fed like rations that were basically starve rations, and that he was still guarded by German soldiers who were paid this time by the US rather than by the Nazi government, which is interesting, you know? It sort of created a very
Mhm.
specific atmosphere, wouldn't you say?
No, it did, and again, like I said, uh, it is not without noting that the British invented concentration camps in South Africa. So, um, again, like their desire to do this was not just based on, like on one hand, you have accounts that say, oh, well, if you let them eat as much as they want, they will eat themselves to death, which is something that is possible and did happen. But also this desire to again still keep the carceral uh, mode of existence that these people had been suffering through ongoing. For whatever reason that might be, I don't know, but that is one of the issues that, like, when people talk about post-Holocaust or post-1945, it almost makes it seem like the Allies welcomed, the Jewish people and blah blah. And as I
Yeah.
know we've spoken before, like Georges Ben Soussan says, like no concentration camp was like under no, there were never orders to liberate Auschwitz. They just liberated it because it was where lots of German soldiers were, a lot of stuff for the army, etc., rations, food, etc., happened to be. And so like that's why you have accounts of people saying like now they're putting in the guards in with us, right, etc.
Hmm.
So it's like this trauma upon trauma that is
Yes.
ongoing. So
We'll probably discuss the attitude of USSR towards Israel, but would you like to take a short break?
yes, I need to go take a short break. I'm gonna go if you
Okay.
don't mind.
No, I don't mind. So when do we reconvene?
I will message you right now. I just have to go check on something really quick.
No problem. Okay, we're taking a break. This is a really big topic, so I'm gonna disconnect for now the call. Disconnect. Wait, I don't wanna mess this up. Okay. Now I'm gonna do this. Am I back? Why am I not back? Oh, that's why. Okay. I'm back. Welcome. So what do we think so far? The jacket is cool. Thank you. Thank you. It's the jacket that made an anti-Semite scream at me on the street. So this jacket that I got from my mom, she used it before. It was my mom's jacket. I stole it. I stole it from her. And it's mine now. It was my mom's. This jacket apparently clocks me as a Jewish person. This lady's jacket. To anti-Semites. Yeah, that's why I wanted to have them on. We're gonna take a short break and then we're gonna continue. Hopefully today. No, you have not. We're gonna continue. Even if we won't be able to continue the talk with Shakespeare, I still have a pretty big thing planned for today. To the related to the topic of Israel. So don't worry. We're not running out of Israel related material. Today's a very Israel centric stream, as you can see. How long have we been talking? But I think it's all worth discussing. I ate a hot pot today, just so you know. Sort of. I think we sort of talked about it briefly. No, that's okay. I didn't think you meant anything by its fuzz system. I just wanted to I just wanted to state the opinion that I see Yiddish as very much a separate language, but I know don't think that I want don't take it as a harsh condemn as a harsh condemning of your character, okay? That was not the intent of my comment. It was not a scolding session. It was more of a clarification. Yes, because this jacket resembles sort of like this Hasidic jacket that Hasidic people wear. To the point that when I went to this speech about the Jewish ghetto uprising, a Hasidic person did bow in my direction from afar. So I guess the jacket is a bit misleading with its design when it's buttoned up. I did get a bow from a Hasidic person, sort of like, greeting bow when wearing this. So I guess we're gonna play a game, I bet. We're taking a game break while waiting for Shakespeare. And if they're not back for a long time, then we will just continue the talk sometime else, and we're just going to do the next thing that I've got planned. I guess we could use a break. We play a game. Our favorite game. So yeah. I think that's fine. It is. Very much so. Also, if you're enjoying today's stream, then don't hesitate to donate. Donate. As Lucy has hit upon some trying financial times. Oh, thank you. Have to go soon because it's like 1 in the morning here, but this is by far the best discussion on the topic I have seen so far. Thank you. We've not reached the Israel part yet, but thank you. I do think that setting the stage is an important thing when it comes to things like this. I do believe so. But thank you very much for the compliment. I do believe this is very important to both study and to introduce to a wider audience, even though, technically speaking, my audience is not all that wide. Okay. So yeah, game. For now, game. And then we're gonna waiting for Shakespeare. I'm from Israel. This is our born, so the historical accuracy is impressive. I mean, I am from Poland, so I have confidence when it comes to Polish Jewish history. Let me just say that. I am pretty confident on that front. And Shakespeare is just a historian across the board when it comes to Jewish history. And I study Polish Jewish history pretty extensively. So I'm pretty confident on that front. Also, thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker, for the $15. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you. I must admit that I have hit on some hard times. So any donation is super highly appreciated, to the point of me being super thankful. Not just thankful, but super thankful. So thankful that I could not be more thankful. Thankful. It's true. Also, I want to graduate from being a hobbyist. That's also always my goal. Let me see. Let me check out my hobby meter. Ooh, we've gained a subscriber. That's always good. The Hami meter is rising. Yes, so if you're willing, then please subscribe to this, to Lucy Hazam. Yes, thank you, Gene. And if you have to go, then I recommend that you rewatch the VOD later, because we're probably going to continue the discussion. Shakespeare had to take a little bit of a break, but that's okay. And then we're gonna be translating sort of a video from one of the most known Polish Jewish war journalists, which is always fun. One of the most prolific, I guess is the term, Polish Jewish war journalists. And about 10 days ago, he gave a pretty extensive opinion on the situation between Israel and Palestine. So that might be a very interesting thing to watch. Especially since, once again, he gives some context that is not really discussed at all. If that makes sense. Does it? He will speak more to the creation of Israel proper, the international situation, it's a lot. The context in which the current conflict actually started, international context in which the current, what is described as war, started, which is also a thing that we will have to address, framing it as war. The night is still young. Oh, it's not over yet. Shakespeare will return. The talk is not over yet. It's far from over. That's right. We're just taking a break. Today is like a super big I've been personally extremely silent on this topic, to be quite honest. And I think it's time for the silence to break. And so we are breaking this silence by doing an extensive big thing on the whole thing, starting with what led to it. It's like it's what my grandfather always told me when he asked me, what are you learning from history right now? And I would tell him, oh, right now we're learning about X. And grandfather would say, oh, X you say? Let me tell you about X. But first, before we actually talk about X, let's go back 100 years into the past and see what led to X. Let's see what events led to X, and then we can discuss X. So we usually went back 100 years, and then after that, grandfather would teach me about X proper. And I think it's a very good way of looking at the topic. because you get a full picture. You don't look at it just from the context of what's happening immediately here and now. You know what exactly led to it. You know? So far, this has been pretty good. It's my higher level course. I imagine the standards is applicable to all like college level history courses. Yeah. I mean, it's been a bit like that even in the high school that I attended. This standard of in both India and America, history is taught from a very nationalist perspective. India is particularly, but yeah. But I think that just makes people like you all the more important. You know, you can teach history of India not from this nationalist perspective. And I believe you sort of, like, you're a political commentator about India, right? And it's basically, it's very difficult to discuss politics while avoiding talking about history, you know? Politics are extremely tied to history. And a proper understanding of actual history brings upon a greater understanding of politics today. Yeah, proper historians usually move away from the nationalist lens. Yeah, it's short-sighted, yeah. Of course, it's context dependent, you know? Sometimes you need to sort of talk about things that are immediately right now, but it's important to understand this historical context. Like when engaging with the commentators that will focus on the here and now, it is important to have a source that will give you this historical context, because then you will understand far better the commentary that focuses on the here and now, if that makes sense. You will sort of have a bigger picture. Uh-oh. I messed up. I died. Golden politics can be discussed without history. What a pun, Kitten E. I also died. But it's okay. Might have died, but fine. And that's why you should subscribe, hit the bell, help Lucy Hazza get 1K subscribers. Donate, because again I found myself in a predicament. Once you hit 1K, you can monetize, and then YouTube will promote your videos more. Wait, really? It will? Will it? Interesting. Well, I hope so. That's good news. Well, let's get there. We're actually close. We're actually very close to 1K. What did I activate? Yippers. Yippers jippers. But in the meantime, please donate. Please. Ooh. Any dollar. Remember, $1 for you is at least 4 times more for me. Always remember. A $1 for you is 4 times more for me. Zale? Yes? Are you seeing a bunch of furry little butts? Yep. Haha. Hello, ma'am. How you look so healthy? Is that a sword? It is. Hey, you're like this other guy. He could shoot tiny little suns. He said he'd save our mom and then he left instead. So rude. Don't be rude, son boy. What is going on here? Can we keep one? Oh my gosh. What happened to your mom? She's down below. We love her so much. She says we can go and see her because of the monster. We just started at her from up here. Stared. She's so pretty. You used to run around the island. I miss the clouds. Do clouds still exist? I guess they do. It sounds like they're talking about the gorilla matriarch. But Geek said all divine spirits had been destroyed by the Fleshmaster long ago. Headmaster mentioned this too, though he said they were either destroyed or harvested. So the cubs are food for the dweller. What did our order not stop this? Just put a seal on the mountain and pretend like nothing happened? Hey, it's rude to just talk between yourselves. Don't do this. We will help your mom and get you all back outside. Really? That would be awesome. We could run around the island again. Or maybe they'll never return like our siblings. They think they were eaten by the monster. I think they found a nicer room and don't want to share. Not sharing is rude. We will return you, have our word. Let's end this madness. But first... we can do this cleansing, we must. I just know you can take that dweller on your own without more aid. I'll help however I can. Huh. We cannot cook much. We're missing a lot of ingredients. Double save. Oh. So we're supposed to go below. Feels like we're going above. Wait. Maybe that's the below. Okay, that's the below. Let's go. This is for your mom. Gorilla Matriarch, you really are alive. You should not have come. The evil on this place is too vile to confront even for Solstice warriors. What happened to you? I was subjected to the Fleshmancer's final affront to this world. For leaving he placed a seed of evil in the depths of this mountain and bound me here, so none of my cubs would remain in close proximity. This guy, I swear. This guy! I swear, I'm cursed to watch helplessly as they walk before me on the way to be devoured by the growing dweller of torment. And with their innocent minds so easily controlled, my pleas always go unheard. What a terrible fate. How do we not know about this? Surely those who came before would have reported on the presence of a divine spirit, let alone a dweller. It's all connected to the curse of this place. It was devised to be the perfect lair. Memories foreign within the mountain belonged to it forever. Solstice warriors came, but whenever they left to get reinforcements, they would remember nothing other than a crippling sense of dread. All they could do was seal the mountain and never return. I'm so sorry. There isn't much that could have been done, even if they did prepare a cleansing. We are so deep within the lair, the light from the eclipse would never touch the dweller to make it vulnerable. There has to be a way. Your duty to the world at large is paramount. Please seal the mountain again and go. Sail and I will fight. No sitting around this time, I'm fighting too. Okay, so the tethered mind potion keeps our memories safe, but that's useless for the fight. And the solstice amulet should resonate with the dweller, but the light from the eclipse will never get in here. I have a plan, just go and trigger the eclipse. Okay, no turning back now. Damn. Hey, there's a cub. Hey there, little guy. I want to see my mom. She's just over there. Come, we will take you to her. I feel she's this way. I think you lie. Please come with us. We talked to her and she's very worried. Why do you lie? I want to see my mom. Leave me alone. Wait. Why don't you try us for lunch instead, you creep? The amulet reacted. I can feel the eclipse. Sarai, whatever you're planning, please make it quick. Heads up. Uh-oh. Zero. Oh boy. It's called Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars. Hello, Juniper. Oh, I think... Oh, Barry! Thank you. Oh boy, Miss Me donated $30. 30 giggle coin for a giggler smile. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're really helping the situation. Let me just say that. Thank you. Oh, you're loving my streams. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there a shield you need to break? Maybe it's currently invincible to damage until an amount of turn pass. Perhaps there is some other precondition. There's a character in this story that needs to bring in the eclipse. That's basically the thing. I'm gonna write to Shakespeare now. Ready to continue when you are. It's useless, we need more light. Make way. A big teleport. Sorry I'm late. Right on, Sarai. Let's take this thing down. Right now. Oh. Oh, okay. That wasn't so bad. That was actually pretty apparent. Isn't that cool? Oh. Moonshoe. Nice. Munarang. I love the pressure cooker attack. I cook with one. Ah. Shakespeare's not yet ready. But don't worry. I do have a plan in case we cannot continue the discussion today. Ultimate. The ultimate was not very effective. Oh my goodness, what a fight. Oh, one hand is down. Second hand is down. Okay. It's going well. We might even win. Oh no! Oh god damn it. It was too good to be true, wasn't it? The hands are back. The pervy hands of injustice. There's the big attack coming. Alright, this is gonna hurt, I feel. Oh wait, no it didn't. Actually, it didn't hurt at all. Never mind, false alarm. But it would, but it didn't. Don't worry, we're doing good. There we go. Oh my gosh. How strong is this arm? We've almost gotten the arm, I think. Almost. Oh. There we go. Done it. We're not gonna die now. That was unacceptable. That is such a tough boss, isn't it? I want to defeat this boss before we continue with our thing. Do we think we'll be able to do it? Do we think we'll be able to beat the boss? That's true. Absolutely. Incredible. I've got a bad feeling. Somehow. Okay, we've weakened it quite a bit. Alright, now we're cooking. Now we're playing with power. Hand is down. Hand is down. Oof. Ultimate. God damn it, this boss has endless HP. It better give me big experience or I'm gonna be mad. How many times can this motherfucker fall? I guess people are getting a bit bored of this. How is everybody? You should be talking more to the chat. Oh. Listen. Shakespeare should have been back by now. I had a feeling. He's playing Starfield right now. I'm doing pretty good. Oh. Who is still here? Let yourselves be known so I can talk to you. Chat, let yourselves be known. Julie Hadla. Please. Me. Nice. Are you enjoying the stream so far? Are you enjoying what Lucy Haza has to tell you? If so, then, you know, you can always subscribe, donate, hit the bell. You can tell all of your friends about this stream and tell them to come here and watch and donate as well. Hey, that's your character, like mine is Space Trucker. There we go. Now we have the healing spell, which I don't think we need quite yet. I have Sarah, but now I have an Energetic. Okay, take gears back. We're continuing the talk. So I'm gonna mute the game. I'm gonna be muting the game. We're going back to the thing.
Well,
Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome back.
thank you, thank you.
I'm gonna do my best to how should I say it? Bring back the everything to the thing that it should be. The settings, the cameras,
To
etc.
recollect. Oh, okay.
It's true. It's true. Giggle cord. Okay, so full screen. I'm gonna deactivate my camera here. I'm deactivating myself. Lo and behold, I'm deactivated. And now I'm gonna activate myself on your end. Are you ready for this?
Okay. Yes.
It's slowly activating. Okay, we're gonna pop you out. Boom. And now I'm gonna turn the view on. Hopefully this will work. Okay. I was muted because I coughed.
Okay.
So when you left, we received a big compliment.
Oh, okay.
The compliment goes as
What was
follows.
that?
I have to go soon because it's like 1 in the morning here, but this is by far the best discussion on the topic I have seen so far.
Oh, that is. Thank you very much to whomever sent that. I really appreciate it.
So it was sent by a person that is in Israel but hails from the USSR. Okay, so we
Okay.
can continue. You left off, I think we were post World War II, right? We were discussing the trauma, we're basically at the cusp of the creation of Israel after the sort of the tides have
Mhm.
shifted. The diaspora has been highly diminished because of the Shoah. And
Mhm.
1948, state of Israel is by a vote sort of established, right? Which is also an interesting aspect that I wanted to touch upon, that the USSR at the start of the whole project was actually in favor of Israel as a concept, because the USSR saw it as a potential ally in the fight against the degenerate West. And when it sort of turned
Mm.
out that Israel would not serve this function for the USSR then turned and became highly anti-Zionist in turn. It's worth noting.
Yes, and in fact, like I just to bring this up, like yes, this is when uh Jewish people and their ability to enter and exit the Soviet Union becomes very difficult. So the ability to get one of these for, say, a family member of mine was very difficult because they didn't want to allow, for many years, Jewish people to be able to leave the USSR.
Okay, so we can do two things now. Now that we are at the creation of Israel, We can discuss it briefly among ourselves right now, or we can watch that video that I've shown you before, and I can once again
Yeah.
translate it in real time, and we can discuss it as we go. What option would you
Uh, well,
like?
I well, I want to just contextualize for a little bit, um, sort of like the other, because I know we're focusing on the Jewish side, but I also think we should discuss like the Palestinian side as well.
Okay, so
Um,
let's start with this. Let us
uh,
discuss the British mandate, etc. That would be a very good idea, my opinion, because
because
that
I want to
is
make sure
not something that is discussed a lot. I will definitely agree
exactly.
with that.
And so what you essentially have is the Sykes-Picot Agreement, right? Sort of World War One, right, is the war that essentially brings an end to the almost 1,000 year long Ottoman Empire, um, and not only that, but Egypt is the first Arab country to gain independence, so to speak, or at least independence of a kind from its colonial masters. That is, of course, the British. And the French and the British are in a dispute over divvying up the land of what is now Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and Palestine.
Mm,
And so it is in this time that you do have the Arab revolt against the Ottomans. You do also have communities of Christians, like for example, in the governorate that was called Mount Lebanon, which is now the central part of the country called Lebanon, was a majority Christian um, uh, area, Maronite. So they had a very deep tie with the French, and due to their intention of wanting to be under the protection, so to speak, of the French, right? There were many skirmishes between them and the Hashemites and the Alawites, again, who are different groups of people who tried to have some independence via one of the two colonial powers. That is to say, either under British control or British guidance, as they would have said at that point, and or French guidance. And this is important because the idea of the mandate for Palestine and the French mandate for Syria and Lebanon is premised on the idea that independent countries would come out of it, right? But that they need to be held by the hand, right, and sort of worked on and by the two colonial powers. Until then, they could become independent. So there is a lot of intercommunal violence happening at this time. Eventually, you have in 1920, and you have the violence that happens between Jewish people, the Jewish Palestinians and Muslim Palestinians, that erupts. In fact, I know someone that's visited this town, a historian, that the British like police station essentially had this huge spotlight that they were just going down these massive stairs, and if one side was the Jewish quarter and one side was the Muslim quarter, and if they saw anybody try to like go from one side to the other on those steps after curfew, they would shoot on sight essentially. Um, so there is a lot of animosity by Pan-Arabists, like King Faisal, who goes to the Paris Peace Conference, right? Essentially is promised that he will be able to get an Arab state. Initially, he wants one that goes from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. Does not get that. And so you essentially get a lot of promises that are made to different Arab leaders at this time, and different colluding parties, right? That try to benefit from one or other of the imperialist powers, either the French or the British.
right.
So it's in this context that the Palestinian people are placed under British mandate,
Yeah.
And their desire for an Arab nationalism initially began as a distinction between a pan-Arab state or um, or a large state that had autonomy for many different parts, therein. Of course, the Sykes-Picot Agreement kind of threw a wrench in that because half of it would be in French, under French control, Syria and Lebanon. Half of it, and the other part of it would be in British control. Um, and so for Palestine, what you get is the old Yishuv. The old Yishuv, in what that is describing, are people who moved to Palestine before this really the Zionist project really existed, and then that's when you have the first Aliyah and the second Aliyah. So it's in this context that the Palestinians become very important because then the British decide to split the mandate for Palestine into the Kingdom of Transjordan, which they give to the Hashemites,
Can
who
you give
are
us a date?
I want to say this is 1921, but I could be wrong. I can look it up right now
Was
if you
in
want me to, but
1917 we had the whole agreeing to create this settlement for Jewish people by the crown.
right. Well, yes. The Balfour Declaration said His Majesty's government will look with favor the creation of a home for the Jewish
So
people
that's
in Palestine.
1917.
Yes, and that is before the British even have the mandate of Palestine. That is important to keep in mind. So they did this promise prior
In
to them
blanco.
even being. Yes. Um, yes, I want to. Oh, yes. Okay, so it says here, following the. Okay, so then Winston Churchill, following the Cairo conference and King Abdullah's meeting with Colonial Secretary Winston Churchill in Jerusalem, the Emirate of Transjordan was founded on the 11th of April 1921. So I knew that it had to deal with the Cairo conference, but I always think of the Great Arab Revolt being sort of the start of that. But the reason why is because it's in 1920 when you have the defeat of the sort of this short-lived Arab kingdom of Syria, right? And so Egypt and Syria both have pan-Arabist sentiment, but King Abdullah and his predecessor, like Faisal, wanted to have a pan-Arab state that would have been, I guess, I said, from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. The Arab revolt that happened in 1916 took place also in Palestine, were rising up against the Ottomans, who had again kind of not developed Palestine as much as they could have. Still had divided it up into multiple governorates that kind of were not conducive to having a modern state, etc. And so once it was overthrown, once the Ottoman Empire had lost and they were under British control, there is a similar desire for independence that mirrors that of Lebanon, which is Lebanon wants to be separate from Syria. Syria is where Faisal initially wants to be declared king and have a pan-Arab state, which is actually why later on in the 1970s, if I'm remembering, no, it would have been in the 60s. I think it was disbanded in 71. Syria and Egypt became one country, the United Arab Republic. So, but then of course it fell apart. But anyway, point being that in this context, the Palestinians who had still had up until this point in the late 19th century, Turkish colonial administrators, along with sort of, I guess you could maybe put a collaborationist Arab government, did not made it so that a lot of the land was had you know was under the control of landlords who were not present. And so because of that, people would just rent the land and pay, the land rent. You got absentee landlords is what the term is called.
Absentee landlords.
And
Interesting.
and so it's in this context that you get again Palestine, particularly in the cities of Jaffa, in the cities of Jerusalem, and in the cities of Haifa and
Haifa.
Ramla, a desire to form an Arab state that would be again distinct from the Emirate of Transjordan, once it had already been declared its own emirate in 1921, and would ostensibly be an Arab republic, right? And when I say Arab republic, it should not be understood as though it would exclude other people, because, for example, like Syria has a very large Christian population. In fact, Damascus is where the Antiochian Orthodox Church is located now, because it's no longer in Antioch. It's in Damascus, and so even though they are the Syrian Arab Republic, it doesn't mean that therefore that because they use that wording does not mean that it is a hegemonic type of thinking. Instead, it was a way to fill the vacuum of the power that the Ottoman Empire had gotten rid of, and to also have Arab
not
nationalism.
exactly
right?
gotten rid of. It was basically it crumbled.
Yes, it crumbled. Yes, I think to me, yes, that would probably be preferable wording. Yes, and so again, this is something that comes after decades and decades of hostility growing up due to Ottoman bad administration.
Which, of course, this is a very off-topic insert, but the famous sort of reinforcement of Vienna by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth sort of what marked the beginning of the downfall of the Ottoman Empire, if you recall the event.
Yes.
And ironically enough, it also strengthened Austria to the point where it became a major power in the region, and later took part in the partition of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And ironically enough, the then majorly weakened Ottoman Empire was one of the only parties that weakly protested against the thing being done. So, a little bit of an irony of history, in my opinion.
Right. And another thing too to note, yes, the Vienna Congress, or the Congress of Vienna, I should say.
I mean when the Ottoman Empire was attacking Austria, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth came with the whole, with the cavalry, with the hussars, and drove them back, and that defeat marked sort of the beginning of the fall of the Ottoman Empire, which is again ironic because the country that was saved, quote unquote, thanked the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth by partitioning it, and the defeated country protested against the partitions.
Right. And one thing too that is also important to when talking about Palestine, like mandatory Palestine, and this is an important point to make, is that it did exist. I mean, as a separate entity, even under British rule. Like
it was called
a lot of people.
Palestine.
Like yes,
even
in fact,
in all the Jewish works, when it's described as going to Palestine.
Yes. Like in fact, the I believe it was Colonel Symes that said that that since the word had always been had been called Palestine, and um, since the Hebrew and Arabic words for that land at that time had been literally, I mean, in Arabic it's Filastin, but in Hebrew it's Palestina. I mean, it still works either way.
I mean, in Polish, it's Palestine.
Yeah, the Jewish leadership actually said that they wanted it to be Palestine in Hebrew letters. So again,
So
these
Palestina,
are
yes?
things that, yeah, Palestina. And that would also have been because they had three official languages: English, Hebrew, and Arabic, which is pretty much how the state of Israel kind of exists today. But regardless, uh, the issue is that it had been part of Ottoman Syria, like that's what it was considered, right? And in fact, even under the Roman rule, after a while, Palestine was considered a region, but a region of southern Syria, so to speak. But where Syria is kind of is again why the idea of Syria being the home of the pan-Arab state was such a big idea. But during the mandate, which lasted from 1920 to 1948, that's when you begin to see many, like more waves of Jewish immigration, but also the rise of nationalist movements, both in the Jewish and in the Palestinian communities. Now, I want to say Palestinian because saying Arab, especially in the context of Palestine, is often used by Zionists as a way to disassociate the people of Arab heritage that are Palestinian and try to make them seem as though they are, from anywhere else, right? And that I don't want to contribute to that. So two important things happen is that as the immigration that's sponsored by, formulated by, and advertised by Zionist movements, causes the Arab Revolt in Palestine, which is from 1936 to 1939. And that is because of the fact that you have, again, the British, essentially choosing one side over the other, giving them special treatment, etc., which it's not even really special, as in like, oh, they get something from it. It's more that they were willing to, allow for more land purchases by the Zionists who weren't even there. Again, they were absentee landlords. So, and then from 1944 to 1948, you have the Jewish insurgency, which is often not even talked about at all because, people often think of it like as though it's this, as though it was just a singular, event, which was a paramilitary campaign done by the Zionists, which essentially arose after the it started in 44,
So there were
February of 44.
I believe those were groups that also had a hand in the cooperation with the Nazi regime, if I remember correctly.
Yes, they would be the ones that had the Hahala agreement. And so one of the big things that also come to become of importance is that there is a white paper of 1939 by Neville Chamberlain, right, in response to the Arab Revolt. And so it essentially acts as the governing policy for the mandate of Palestine until after the war. And it is done unilaterally. Like it's literally like Britain said, this is the law, you have to follow it. There's no
Alternative.
and so Yeah, there's no alternative. And the paper says that it would call for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state within 10 years, which initially rejected so there's the Peel Commission, right? The Peel Commission are the people that drew those famous maps of like, where it kind of looks like a puzzle, right? Like yellow, yellow, yellow are the Arab areas, and then there's like this weird like green zigzag that's the Jewish area, and then around Jerusalem it would have been an international zone. Um, it also limited Jewish immigration. So this is 1939, is the year, knowing what's going on in Europe, by the way,
Right.
that so
Keep
it
in
was
mind the
formally
group that you spoke of in the year 44 that did the insurrection also knew what was going on in Europe.
yes, and
That
that's
that is
why
also important to know that a group of Zionists chose to fight the British rather than the Nazis during the Shoah. I don't think that should be
right,
overlooked.
right, and not only that, but that they were willing to have that major agreement to get very wealthy, only bourgeois people, in exchange for essentially everything that they had, to be sent over to Palestine. Um, so this white paper, which was, and this is very rare, like when it comes to this, it was ratified by the House of Commons within the month that it was first presented in. So like it was presented, like it essentially was going to be enforced anyway. Like the Parliament, the House of Commons passed it within that month. That is not typical, right? Because it goes to
Yes.
committees, it gets, blah, blah. They pass it as fast as possible. Um, and when they did that, it limited Jewish immigration to 75,000 people for 5 years. And it says that like if people wanted to immigrate more from anywhere in the world, like that's the thing, right? It's from anywhere in the world. So it's Britain applying a immigration policy through the House of Commons on some other country, in essence, right? It would have to be determined by the Arab majority, which is one of the things. And again, this should not be seen as though it's a concession to the Palestinians. Rather, it's a way to, in fact, if anything, saying that is actually giving cover for the British, who used this as a way to, essentially excuse why they didn't allow more Jewish people to flee when they needed to.
Yeah.
Section 3 of it essentially states that Jews are restricted from buying land that belongs to people who are Arab, in this case, in all but 5% of the entire mandate. So when the mandate was made smaller, right, when you have the Emirate of Transjordan or the Kingdom of Transjordan, now you have just what is now mandatory Palestine. Jewish people are only allowed to purchase land in 5% of that. Now, this meant that the majority of the land that was purchased by large organizations and, etc. Like, I don't want to start saying names of some people, right, because they're often used for conspiracy theories, and it's nothing like that. But you do have organizations and even individuals who try to buy up land in mandatory Palestine, because otherwise the Jewish people that are there would not be able to do so, on their own. And in fact, the Jewish people that had moved there in the old Yishuv, and even those that came in the first Aliyahs, actually ended up having to not do the kind of like agricultural kibbutz, almost kibbutz, but not exactly. Because there were kibbutzim, but this is more like generally they wanted to own or create arable land to grow food and stuff like that. But in this case, that didn't really pan out because there was a lot of swampy areas. Like the area that the British said, "Oh, you can buy land here," wasn't the prime, real estate. it was very swampy. There, a lot of people got malaria. Then you had the Spanish flu, etc. So anyway, a lot of the people that had been there prior to World War One and even prior to World War Two actually ended up living in cities with the Palestinians, right, with the Arab Palestinians, and so they actually got along and even spoke Arabic. And the Zionists wanted to not have that happen, right? Like, this is why it becomes imperative for them
It becomes
to buy.
It becomes a little bit interesting linguistically speaking, since Hebrew became sort of like, I mean, it couldn't be helped. It became a bit Europeized with time when it came to pronunciation. And interestingly enough, Arabic sort of holds the key to how certain things used to be pronounced in Hebrew, if that makes sense. Because certain sounds are just similar. Certain letters are analogous, and the way they are pronounced are also analogous, even if the pronunciation is lost in Hebrew. We can look at to Arabic and have sort of like an idea of how it could have been pronounced also in Hebrew. If that makes sense.
Yes, and in fact, that is something that some people, like, for example, like if Sephardic Hebrew or Mizrahi Hebrew, that is to say, that pronunciation, even Yemenite Hebrew is seen as like closer to, again, to the original or I say original, but linguistics doesn't really work like that, but closer to a dialect, right, that would be, as it were, native to Palestine. And of course, there were Jews that lived in Palestine. In fact, there's a movie, I think it's the only movie ever produced in the US that's like actually has Ladino being spoken in it. And it's called Every Time We Say Goodbye, has Tom Hanks in it. And it's set in Jerusalem during World War One. So, but anyway, what's important is that these regulations. So once the white paper is created, and is just called like the Statement of Policy for Palestine. In essence, was well, what ends up happening is that on May 18th of that year, right, a general strike for Jewish people was called for, and it did occur, but it didn't really change the way how this is again to show that the British never favored this group or that group, right? People like to say, oh, they would go with whatever group would be willing to give them as much
favor
power.
A certain group. The British.
Yes, the British. Yeah, exactly. And then second to that, other Europeans. And
yeah, there was a group that the British would favor, which was the British.
Right. And so regulations on the land transfers and all of the restrictions on immigration were implemented immediately. So like literally, this is May 1939, right? So
I'm familiar with the restriction on the.
You have. Yeah, so essentially, when the war had just began, right? In my opinion, it had already begun by then. But when it finally reaches a point where the imperial power,
I would know that the war started in 1939.
Right. Yes. So with the invasion of Poland in September, this meant that the British actually made it so difficult for Jewish people to get to Palestine, whether they wanted to or not. Again, because it was under their purview, that only, I want to say out of 75,000, only 50,000 people actually got to leave during the entire war.
Let's make it clear that it was difficult for Jewish people to get anywhere during the war. Jewish people were stranded in the so-called no man's land, the small little pieces of land between borders. Which
And
is
not only that,
why
but things.
the Jewish situation, sorry to interrupt. This is why the Jewish situation back then is sometimes compared. It was certainly compared in a speech during the conference, The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust, to the current Europe-wide immigration crisis, where people are in fact also, for example, at the Polish-Belarusian border, trapped in the no
Mhm.
man's land, just as Jewish people were during the war.
Right.
But yeah.
And in fact, it's this particular reason why the UN, right, the fact that Germany was able and other countries that were collaborators like Romania, etc., um, were willing to make their the Jewish people there stateless, meant that this here, a passport, right, the idea, and I just use this one just because I have it on hand, but the idea of having one of these documents that allows you to traverse borders, that there is a nation or a country, right, that it represents you and is saying that you can travel around, was not available to the Jewish people in Europe at this time when when wherever the Nazis went, Jews lost their citizenship instantly, in literally as soon as they stepped foot into the town.
Yes.
And so that is why when people say, well, oh, well, why didn't they just go, blah, 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 they literally couldn't because of immigration laws, because they didn't have one of these, a passport, because they wouldn't
Turned
give them
away
one, because
or
that's,
trapped in the no man's
yeah,
land.
exactly. And so that's why the UN later created, after its inception, these temporary emergency UN passports that can be used, because one of the things of the UN is to make, when it comes to the refugees, is to never allow for statelessness to hinder people from being able to leave, wherever they're from. If they live in a place where war is going, genocide, etc. So again, something to keep in mind.
The way it
Mhm.
works out in practice is mixed, to say it
Oh yeah,
politely. We
I
are
mean,
in
like, I mean,
we're in a little bit of a proto genocidal situation right now with the whole refugee crisis. But that's a talk for another
uh-huh.
day. That's a discussion for a different day. Okay, so do you feel that we have enough context to jump into the video, or is there anything else that we should touch upon?
So, so just one last thing that I want to make very clear is that
Yeah.
it's in this context of a rising nationalism and a desire to have their own, a state, um, in what is now Palestine, as well as around the Middle East and North Africa and Europe and really the whole world, that you begin to have, this anti-colonial, anti-imperialist sentiment, right? Like, I mean, using my maps here, right? It has the dates, like that Egypt was independent in 22, etc. But it also shows, but so it's in this context, and I know I keep saying that, but it's in this context then that something like what happened with Iran, right? Because I know that the video, talks about Iran. Like they had, Masagda, who was a socialist president that was voted in by popular vote, right? They got rid of him, and they placed instead the Shah, and as well as other people before that,
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that the imperialist interests in the Middle East could, keep going. Again, like you said, the British only care. Well, I mean, they do
Or more
care about someone.
specifically
It's
about
just
the English, because that's
right.
the
Yeah.
British part is also not really true across the board. If you think about
So
Irish
you
people,
have.
etc. But
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so it's in this context that people want to be independent. They don't want to be subject to any imperialism. It's in this context that then the formation of the force division of already a very tiny piece of land in the world into two states by imperialist powers causes a lot of problems, right? Like it's why we need to look at this also from from the perspective that the Palestinians never agreed to have the state partitioned.
Right.
And so when people say, "Oh well, if both parties didn't want it, then you cannot, hold the other party accountable for it not wanting to, right? It just didn't want to, and it has every right to say no." And so it's in this context really that now we can, I think, watch the video and sort of hear his account.
Let's get into it. We're going to now watch a video by Constante Gebert, a famous war journalist, a Polish Jewish war journalist, and react. He is going to give us his opinion on the current situation in Israel. The video is from roughly 10 days ago, so it's not super outdated yet, And I think it gives a few interesting ideas. Would you agree? You've watched a bit of it with me recently. Shakespeare?
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay, so I'm gonna add you to this screen. Boom. I'm gonna make us smaller here. You still have to be visible somewhat. Perfect. And now I'm going to let's go. I'm gonna copy it now. And then we're gonna discuss this video as it goes. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alt? You can? Can you really?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I was asking Fake Alekal Parker. I'm gonna try a trick that Fake Alekal Parker apparently just taught me in real time. Okay, I'm gonna press Alt. Oh my god. Well, that is certainly useful. Well, alright. Thank you, Fake Alec Kyle Parker. I will definitely keep using this in the future. I was wondering a lot how to crop, and now I know. You press Alt. Such an easy trick. I'm gonna go back to the beginning. This is fully in Polish with no subtitles, so it will require me to use my interpretative skills. If you hear something that is weird, if you think that it can be phrased better, then by all means interject and correct me, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready for this?
I am ready.
We already went through parts of it once, but it won't hurt for us to do it again with an audience. Jewish people, Palestinians, existential conflict? Question mark.
Is it me or is the video a little... Oh, never mind. It is me.
What happened? Oh, you're right. Actually, I should just share it with you. You're right. There will be a delay.
No. No. It's fine. Just play it this way. I know it's because it was looking weird on my end, but it's fine now.
You'll have a delay.
It resolved itself.
Keep in mind, if you watch it on stream, you'll have a delay.
Okay.
So I should stream it, you know?
Sure. If you can, right? Because can't you do that with a digital camera? Or I don't know. I'm not good with technology.
I'm going to censor us for a bit. So just so I don't dox myself by sharing some weird screen or whatever. My goodness. No doxing myself. I doubt I could dox myself, but I don't know. You never know. Is that right, Shakespeare?
Yes.
This is the thing. This is the thing. Yes, Can you see the video?
Yeah, I can see the video.
Okay, let's return us. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a trick. I'm gonna try to do a little bit of a trick. There we go. The trick has been done. Shakespeare has taught us an amazing thing today. Rather, Fake Alakal Parker. We must thank Fake Alakal Parker for this gift. Okay, that's fine, isn't it? You can see the video right now on the share.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so let's just start it then. I'm gonna cut the introductions short, and then we're just gonna jump into,
Witam w Historii bez kitu, czyli cyklu rozmów o historii najnowszej. Moim dzisiejszym gościem jest Konstanty Gebert, dziennikarz, publicysta.
Our guest is Konstanty Gebert, a journalist, a publicist.
Autor wielokrotnie nagradzanej
Author of the many times awarded
książki, wstrząsającej książki.
Shocking book. I'm gonna put this here. A shocking book.
Ostateczne rozwiązania.
Final solutions.
Ludobójcy i ich dzieło.
Genociders and their work.
Witam serdecznie.
Welcome.
Dzień dobry.
Ta nasza rozmowa na temat konfliktu
Our discussion about the conflict
palestyńsko-izraelskiego
between Palestine and Israel
była planowana już przez nas od
have been planned by us
miesiąca, czy
for a month or even month and a half.
nawet półtora. Tymczasem jesteśmy w momencie,
And right now we're in a situation
kiedy zaledwie kilka dni
where just a few days ago
temu Hamas zbrojnie
Hamas has attacked Israel militarily, let's just say.
zaatakował państwo Izrael. Co się właściwie wydarzyło
What happened
i jak mogło do tego
and
dojść?
how could this happen?
No to jak mogło do tego dojść,
The question of how it was allowed to happen
będzie przedmiotem
will be a topic and will be investigated
komisji śledczej.
by a special committee.
Tak jak w podobnej
Just as in a similar situation
sytuacji pół wieku i
half a century
dzień temu,
and one day ago,
podczas wojny Jom Kippur,
during the war of Yom Kippur,
kiedy armia egipska i
when the Syrian and Egyptian army
syryjska zaatakowały Izrael
attacked Israel
bez żadnego ostrzeżenia,
without any warning,
mimo że później się okazało, że
even though, as it turns out, there were signals,
były dane wywiadowcze,
there was Wait, I can hear myself. I get a feedback from you, Shakespeare.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to here, one quick second.
Okay.
Okay, it should work.
Okay. So even though there was clear intelligence information
które świadczyły o możliwości ataku,
that suggested a possibility of an attack,
ale zostały zlekceważone.
but those reports were totally disregarded.
Ta klęska wywiadowcza,
This failure of intelligence,
jaką było absolutne nieprzewidzenie
which
takiego
was a total lack of predicting such an attack,
ataku, jest spektakularna,
is
jest
spectacular,
katastrofalna.
is catastrophic.
Po raz pierwszy od
For the first time since
wojny o niepodległość
the War for Independence
75 lat temu,
75 years ago,
terytorium Izraela
the territory of Israel
znalazło się pod obcą
has found itself under foreign occupation.
okupacją, chociaż na
Even if it was just for
zaledwie na kilkanaście
a few hours
godzin,
or a bit over 10 hours,
w skrajnym przypadku
in extreme cases,
na dobę.
24 hours.
Ale przez tych pierwszych kilka godzin
But within those few first hours,
terroryści Hamasu, którzy bez
the
trudu
terrorists of Hamas who, without any problem,
przełamali
breached
mur otaczający Gazę,
the wall surrounding Gaza,
na którego budowę Izrael wydał
for building of which Israel has spent
$1 miliard,
$1 billion.
setki z nich wdarły
Hundreds of them entered
się do izraelskich
to
miejscowości
Israel neighborhoods
w okolicach Gazy
near Gaza
i mordowały wszystko, co żyje.
and murdered anything that lived.
Wiemy, że jest ponad 700
We know there are over 700 killed.
zabitych. Przynajmniej 1/3 z nich
At least 1/3 of them
stanowi młodzież,
were young
która
people
przybyła
who came
na
to
pustynię,
the desert
a w Reim, niedaleko Gazy,
near
na
Gaza
całonocny koncert
to a all-night
rockowy.
rock concert.
I na ten koncert
And that concert
najechali bojówkarze Hamasu,
was raided by Hamas,
strzelając ludzi jak kaczki
shooting at people as if they were ducks
i nagrywając to na filmikach,
and recording it for movies
które potem były pokazywane na palestyńskim
that were then
internecie.
played on the Palestinian internet.
Czy czas i miejsce nie były przypadkowe
So were the time and place accidental?
zatem?
Tego nie wiemy.
We don't know that.
Jest możliwe,
There is a possibility
że datę dobrano tak,
that the date was chosen
żeby nawiązywała
so that it would be linked
wprost do izraelskiej klęski
to the Israeli loss
pół wieku,
half a century ago.
acz bardziej prawdopodobne
Although it is more probable
jest, że czynnikiem, który
that the main factor which
sprawił, że Hamas
caused that Hamas
zdecydował się na ten atak,
has decided to do this attack
był wyraźny postęp w
was big progress that was being made
negocjacjach między Waszyngtonem,
in the negotiation between Washington.
Riyadem i Jerozolimą.
I'll go back.
Wyraźny postęp w
Was a big, move forward in the negotiation between
negocjacjach między Waszyngtonem, Riyadem i
Washington, Riyadh, and
Jerozolimą
Jerusalem
na temat trójstronnego
when it came to a freeway pact
układu, w którym Izrael i
in
Arabia
which Israel and Saudi Arabia
Saudyjska uznałyby się nawzajem.
would recognize one another.
Amerykanie udzieliliby Saudyjczykom
The US would give Saudi Arabia
stosownych gwarancji
guarantees of safety,
bezpieczeństwa, zaś Izrael dokonałby ustępstw
and Israel would give concessions towards
na rzecz Palestyńczyków.
Palestinians.
Taka perspektywa
Such a perspective
jest nie do przyjęcia
is
dla
unacceptable to Iran,
Iranu, który jest patronem
which
Hamasu.
is a patron of Hamas.
Iran jest jedynym państwem, które wyraził zadowolenie
Iran was the only country that showed that was pleased with the attack.
z powodu tej rzezi. Prezydent Raisi
President Raisi congratulated
pogratulował Hamasowi
Hamas of the victory,
zwycięstwa, zaś rzecznik Hamasu potwierdził,
and the spokesperson of Hamas has confirmed
że atak został dokonany
that the act was done
we współpracy z Iranem.
with the cooperation of Iran.
Dla Iranu zbliżenie
For Iran, a coming closer between
między Izraelem,
Israel,
który jest oficjalnie
which is
określany jako największy
called the biggest enemy
wróg Iranu.
of Iran.
To jest jedyny taki przypadek,
It is the only such case,
nie licząc Rosji
if we don't count Russia and Ukraine,
i Ukrainy, w którym państwo członkowskie
in
ONZ
which a UN member country, oh my gosh,
deklaruje zniszczenie
Declares
państwa członkowskiego
the destruction of a different member state
ONZ jako cel swojej
as the goal of its politics,
polityki zagranicznej. Więc
as a goal of its foreign policy.
to potencjalne zbliżenie między
So the potential closeness
Jerozolimą a Riyadem
between Jerusalem and Riyadh
było dla Iranu nie do przyjęcia.
was unacceptable to Iran.
Z kolei
And on the other hand, the perspective
perspektywa izraelskich ustępstw
of Israeli concessions
wobec Palestyńczyków, a
towards Palestinians,
więc
and so
wobec władz autonomii
towards the government of Palestinian autonomy,
palestyńskiej, których Hamas nie
which is not accepted by Hamas,
uznaje, była politycznym zagrożeniem
would be a political danger to
dla
Hamas.
Hamasu. I jak się wydaje, ten
And as it seems,
atak
this attack
był sprowokowany
was provoked
groźbą,
by a threat
że na Bliskim Wschodzie
that in the Middle East,
wybuchnie pokój.
peace would erupt.
I ta groźba została
And that threat
skutecznie
was very effectively eliminated.
wyeliminowana. Po tym
After this attack,
jest już izraelska
there already is an Israeli response,
odpowiedź, pełne oblężenie
a full siege of Gaza,
Gazy, odcięcie dostaw
a cut of food,
prądu, wody,
electricity,
żywności.
and water.
Rzecz jasna,
And of course,
mowy nie ma o jakichkolwiek
there is no way for any concessions
ustępstwach wobec Palestyńczyków.
towards Palestinians.
Żaden rząd izraelski po
No government, no Israeli government
takiej rzeczy nie mógł
after such a
na
massacre
to przystać.
could agree to that.
A z kolei
And
Saudyjczycy
on the other hand, Saudi Arabia
nie będą chcieli wiązać się
will not want to tie their fate
bliżej z rządem izraelskim,
with Israeli government,
który
which
bardzo mocno
has responded very strongly
militarnie
militarily
reaguje na hamasowski atak.
to the Hamas attack.
Także z całą pewnością
So for sure,
ten układ może
that potential treaty between Saudi Arabia and Israel,
możemy sobie odłożyć ad acta.
we can just shelf ad acta, so we can just put in like on a shelf and sort of forget about it.
I to już drugi sukces
And
Hamasu.
it's a second success of this kind for Hamas.
Taki 30 lat temu
30 years
po
ago,
podpisaniu porozumień z Oslo,
after signing the Oslo agreements,
w których Izrael i
in which Israel
Organizacja Wyzwolenia Palestyny
and the Organization of Emancipating Palestine
uznały się nawzajem
have recognized one another
i przygotowały harmonogram
and created a roadmap
negocjacji, które miały
of negotiations
doprowadzić do powstania państwa
that would have led to the creation of a Palestinian state.
Palestyńskiego. Hamas rozpętał
Hamas has started
kampanię
a campaign of terror
terroru na ulicach izraelskich
on the Israeli streets.
miast. Zginęło wtedy na przestrzeni kilku lat ponad
During the few years,
1000
more than 1,000 Israeli citizens have died.
Izraelczyków. Izraelczycy uznali, że
The Israeli have sort of decided that
jeżeli takie są
if those are the
skutki
effects
zawierania pokoju
of peace
z Palestyńczykami,
with Palestine,
to nie ma sensu.
then it makes no sense. It's okay, so we can stop here and I will ask you on your thoughts so far on what we've been hearing. Even though you've heard this for the second time from me right now, but
Well, I mean, similar things to my initial, that I think, I know that he is a well-respected scholar, and that this is something that he has written about and that he has thought about. There is just, and again, this is perhaps the thing that I would like to highlight, is that it seems a bit strange to me that, and I understand, right? Because one thing that I told my chat was that he is a Zionist. He lives in Israel.
or he lives in Poland. That has to be.
He
lives in Poland.
Yeah, he lives in Poland, but he is an Israeli citizen as well. And so in that, with all that in mind, there is an issue only insofar as, and this is what I personally think needs to be stressed, is that whilst he is saying things that for the most part are very understandable, etc., it's making it seem as though Iran and the Palestinians are sort of like malam inse, right? That we could have had everything go right if it wasn't for those meddling Iranians and Palestinians. And I think that that's a weird framing of it, because that's not, the Oslo Accords were not a path to equity, right? We're not a path to the creation of any state, except for Israel colonizing the West Bank, because it placed, there were three areas, A, B, and C, and only, I believe it's A, was under full Palestinian control, and even then, hardly. And so I think that, one, his desire to focus on the Oslo Accords as though they actually created a framework that would have not have led to this immense violence, is forgetting the fact, and this is something that I know we spoke about, is that we need to remember everything that happened before October 7th.
Right.
Or rather October 6th or whatever it might have been. I think it was October 7th. But the point being, October 7th, is that, it is not as though the Israeli state has not been carrying out, heinous attacks against the Palestinians and committing what many people have already termed an ongoing genocide, especially in this context, right? So I understand why he's framing it, because obviously he's a Jewish scholar. Obviously there are certain things that he is perhaps better versed on. But the main thing that sticks out to me is this view that completely eliminates the Palestinians from the equation,
Right.
Except for when trying to blame.
Although, of course, I would, Mr. Kostek's defense, say that Iranian policy does not exactly align with Palestinian interest either, in my opinion. Would you?
No, I mean, again, is Palestine, are the Palestinians subjected to inter-imperialist conflict? Yes. I mean that's the reason why Israel is given, the protection of the United States, right? Like,
Right.
it's not at war with anybody, but I mean the US doesn't just send, 2 aircraft carriers and 2,200 Marines,
All right.
for no reason. And it didn't do it for the Palestinians when the Israelis were. So I think, to me, like, while I understand that what he is saying is focusing instead on the idea of a political solution, I think we also need to remember that that it isn't as simple as saying, because one thing I want to make clear. I am not saying that he needs to say this or that. Instead, what I'm saying is that
Right.
for us discussing this video, right, we need also to consider the plight of the Palestinians, particularly because most of the time, particularly in Western media, they will discuss Palestinians only in the sense of, like, Israelis were killed, but Palestinians die, right? It's
Right.
it's a
Yeah.
framing that takes away the fact that they are being acted upon and that they have been suffering as well. So while I do think that his analysis, to some extent, yes, is, does Iran fund Hamas? Yeah, sure, that is true, and it isn't, and it is in Iran's favor, right, in terms of its desire to have power in the Middle East, for it to not have the Saudi Arabia and Israel become, allies. So, that much is true.
Yeah.
But I just wish that there was, like, okay, and I told you this when we watched it the first time. Okay, but and then what?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So
All
anyway.
right. Let's continue. Let's continue this. It's gonna be a
Okay.
really long. I hope you have time, right? You're not short on time.
I have
right?
time. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It was just I was really hungry and my food had just arrived, so I'm like, I need to go.
Okay, so because after this video, which will take us a time to go through and discuss and translate, I think the final act to this whole big thing will be to give our own opinions on what's going on right now and to give our sort of opinion as Jewish people who are not exactly the biggest fans of Zionism as a concept. What do you think of this sort of roadmap for us to move forward in this big,
I think that
admittedly, segment about the current situation?
no, yeah, no. I think it's good too.
Okay, now let's continue.
No właśnie, cofnijmy się do historii.
So let's go back to history. Also, I hear myself again, the feedback.
Wait, I'm gonna fix it right now.
All right. Okay, I've been given some feedback on your audio. Can you say something? Can you say something real quick?
Yes, I can say something.
Okay, it should be. Let me hear my. Okay. Okay. Okay, now it's okay. Alright, so let us continue with the video.
W 1948 roku
1948, Israel is created.
powstaje państwo Izrael.
Israel is established.
Nie powstaje państwo palestyńskie.
Palestinian state is not established.
Nie powstaje.
Czy to jest to zarzewie
It doesn't. Is that the sort of cause of the
konfliktu,
conflict
To na pewno jest
For sure, that
jest
is
jeden z czynników,
one of the factors
które zdeterminowały
which
ten
determined this conflict.
konflikt, acz konflikt
Although
między arabskimi mieszkańcami
it is a conflict between
brytyjskiej Palestyny
Arabian citizens of the British Palestine
mandatowej,
Mandate Palestine
a Żydami, którzy
and Jewish people who
tam
were
mieszkali i przybywali,
who lived there and
no
sort of it's a phrase that's hard to translate. That Jewish people that were there and lived there, if that makes sense in English at all.
rozpoczął się właściwie zaraz po
The conflict began
brytyjskiej deklaracji Balfoura
basically after the
z
Balfour Declaration from
1917 roku,
1917,
w którym Wielka Brytania
when the Great Britain
świadczyła, że utworzenie
announced that the creation
w Palestynie żydowskiej
in
siedziby
Palestine Jewish settlement,
narodowej, tak to
a national settlement,
zostało określone,
that was the phrasing,
jest zgodne z polityką
is in accordance with the policy
rządu Jego Królewskiej Mości.
of the Crown.
Arabowie reagowali rosnącą niechęcią
The Arab populations reacted to this with growing hostility
na żydowską imigrację
to Jewish
do
immigration
Palestyny,
to Palestine,
uważając, że jest to po prostu kolejna
because it was seen as just another
europejska próba
attempt at European colonization of the area.
kolonizacji. Dla Żydów to był
For Jewish people,
powrót do ojczyzny
it was a return to a homeland that was
prawie 2000 lat
lost 2000 years before,
wcześniej, kiedy po nieudanym powstaniu
when after a failed uprising
przeciwko Rzymianom Żydzi
against the Romans,
zostali z tej ojczyzny
Jewish people were expelled from that homeland.
wygnani. Żydzi nigdy nie
Jewish people never sort of rejected
zrzekli się swoich praw do
their rights to the homeland.
ojczyzny, wyrażali je w języku
They've expressed it in the language of religion,
religijnym, modlitwy, no bo
prayer.
trudno było, nie wiem,
After all, it was hard in the 7th
w wieku
century
naszej ery
of our era
odwoływać się do Rady Bezpieczeństwa
to speak of the safety, sort of like this
ONZ,
UN, you know.
tak? Ale w naszych modlitwach
But
3
in our prayers 3 times
razy
a day,
dziennie mówimy
we speak
o naszym pragnieniu
about our wish to
powrotu do
return to Sion.
Syjonu i wreszcie po pierwszej
And after World War I,
wojnie
finally,
światowej powstały warunki
political environment was created
polityczne, które to umożliwiały.
that will allow us to do so.
W końcu
After all,
Wielka Brytania
Great Britain
zrzekła się mandatu,
sort of dropped their sort of claim on the mandate,
zaś ONZ,
and ONZ,
sukcesorka Ligi
the
Narodów,
successor of the League of
która ten
Nations,
mandat Wielkiej Brytanii udzieliła,
which give the mandate to Great Britain,
uznała, że
decided
terytorium mandatowe
that
należy
the territory of the mandate
podzielić na dwa
must
państwa.
be split into 2 nations. Okay, so let's go back to the state, because I know that we basically both have problems with what was being said here. I know that we both have our pretty well aligned sort of, I don't want to use the word, I mean, I guess I will use the word objection. So take it away. Take it away.
Well, I mean, just again, once again, it comes to the question of framing. I mean, the idea that there has always been this like ideal of, you know, Jewish people returning back to the land of Palestine as a whole and it needing to be a nation state is just not, I mean, he didn't say nation state,
He
but he
said
did say
nation.
homeland. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm saying like one can, yeah. And so I think to me that when it comes to that, it becomes quite apparent that that is just not true. I mean,
Yeah.
there are books even written by Israeli academics uh, uh, Shlomo Sand, etc., Dr. Shlomo Sand at Tel Aviv University, who talks about how like the very idea of the land of Israel is a construction that was done over time. It wasn't this like 2,000 years ago we were, because one, Jewish people were not expelled from Judea 2,000 years ago, and two, it's also important to note that again, there already were concepts preceding this that kind of speak to the fact that we are not trying to found a nation state, right? Like if anything, we are, as it were, allergic to or should be allergic to that idea because
Well, we
it's
were
always
for a long
used to
time, but
yes, exactly. And again, it's only because of Western imperialism that the one manifestation of a nation state that claims to speak for the Jewish people exists, but it has not made the world safer for Jewish people. And also another thing, going back to what he said about
that's important
like the
because that's become important because Kitani says he's conflating a religious mantra with what people actually believe, and I object to this being the religious mantra actually, and you're about to get into it, I believe.
No, yeah, like to me, the idea that somehow it was transferred into this religious context is just again not the case. I mean, one, it's not as though Judaism is wholesale like a cutout of what it was 2,000 years ago. I mean, that's just not true. And so another thing as well is the fact that it's a way to justify. I mean, that mode of thinking is how religious Zionists try to think, right? That it's like, well, since it speaks about this land and it speaks about these things and etc., and because there are prayers like, for example, at the end of Passover, where we say like next year in Yerushalayim, which is not meant to be literal, right? Like the idea of Yerushalayim and even concept like Eretz Mitzrayim, right? Like the land of Egypt, is also something that represents it's a metaphor, right? It's like when you are not doing well, right? That is to say, when you are not, people will say, they that I've come out of Eretz Mitzrayim, right? That like, oh, I've been having a bad period of time in my life, and now I'm out of Eretz Mitzrayim, right? But to also try to say that religious people, right, in particular, right, like because he used religion as this example, the first anti-Zionists, right, the first people that were explicitly anti-Zionist were religious Jews, because there is no reason for such a state to exist if for religious Jewish people.
There's also an important thing if we are going to go into religion that says that the sort of the establishment of this Israel can only ever happen when the Messiah comes. And I think to date that has not happened, And it's sort of, as a person that specializes, basically all roads in my discussions lead back to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. That's a thing that just, you talk to me and sooner or later the discussion will go to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and so it will happen now again. That during the golden age of Jewish people in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, it became almost like canon within the large, at that time, Jewish population within the Commonwealth. It was over 700,000 people, which for that time was enormous, And it is actually said that over 80% of Ashkenazi Jewish people can trace their roots to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which should be food for thought, right?
Yes.
And it is important to know that during that golden age, it became a mainstream thought within, like, Jewish scholarship that the return to Israel would never happen, that it was unnecessary, that it was redundant, that actually the Messiah would come to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and just do the Messiah thing in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. That was actually a belief that was held, you know?
Yes,
And
and if I may just
interestingly enough, I
oh,
just want to, because we all know how a streamer called Aristocracy has been acting as of late, right?
mhm.
And I remember that she also recognizes that fact that within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, it was accepted among Jewish people that their return to Israel would just not be a thing that would be ever necessary.
Right.
So I think it's an important piece of context when we try to say that Jewish people never sort of dropped the claim to Israeli land when during the golden age of Jewish people in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Jewish people pretty explicitly said that the return to Israel was sort of redundant, you know? So yes.
Yeah.
Any thoughts
No,
on
I mean,
that?
and sort of like another thing too is the fact that even in Spain, right, during the convivencia, right, that you had in Spain itself, there already was this like it was unnecessary for people to have to, like, even in the Talmud itself, when it describes what it considers the land of Israel, it considers a very tiny little strip of land right along the coast. It does not include everything from the river to the sea,
Right.
right? And so no worries. And so what I want to also stress though is that even there is a concept in Yiddish called Doigkeit, meaning here-ness, that is very important, that also existed in the Convivencia period, where there was no, again, this is why Jewish mysticism was had such a huge flourishing in Iberia, because of the fact that there was so much intercommunication, and not only that, but the fact that there were so people identified with where they were from, right? Like the Umayyad Caliphate, as it existed then in just Iberia, and the subsequent emirates, right, had allowed for like the Cordoba Emirate had allowed for this flourishing of theological and even philosophical thought when it came to the Jewish people. And so the belief that there was somehow a transferal, yes, it was a great place for new ideas before the division. And so before the expulsion, right? Like that is why the Ottoman Empire, for example, said, Spain, has essentially given up, one of its most, it had this treasure, right, of having all these cultures living together, and now we, the Ottomans, are going to, give them safe harbor here. And we will benefit from that, and indeed that is, to a great extent, what did happen, especially with, again, the expansion of the Kabbalist movement throughout the Mediterranean. But I want to stress this, that there was no emphasis at all. So this was in the Ottoman Empire from the time of 1492 up until 1922, when it finally was, cut up and carved up by the imperialist powers, and by then there was no emphasis on creating a state or even needing a nation state,
Right.
because indeed the creation of a nation state right? Based on the idea of blood purity, based on the idea of an eternal identity, all of that stuff had already happened to us in Iberia when they instituted. It was in Toledo. It was in Toledo where they had the first statutes of limpieza de sangre because they did not want to allow Jewish people and anyone who was related that is to say by certain definitions, like so many generations, to be able to have any positions of institutional power, but also not even to have access to anything. So the idea of nation states is something, again, that should be something that Jewish people should be, as it were, allergic to, because every time one has been formed, it has always been used as a way to harm us and displace us, and in the case of Spain, right, literally hunt us down, right, based on blood ideology, blood quantum ideology, all around the world.
I would just like to.
This is why
No, this is why. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Why. Oh no, sorry, finish,
No,
and
this
I'll
is
just add the thing later.
this is why the fact that Israel uses the blood quantum laws of the Nazis, right, as their own determinant of who is Jewish, is something that should stick out to us, right? Like, again, it is not why people are Jewish, so then that way Israel can exist, or so that people can move there. Jewishness existed without the state of Israel, and it will exist, in the future without a state of Israel, because it does not represent the Jewish people. And that is why I think trying to frame it even under religion just is not true.
Yeah, it's
as I've mentioned
flawed.
to you before.
We'll choose that word.
Yeah, it's flawed, and not only that, but it's also untrue even in perhaps the most pro-Zionist country on the planet, the United States, outside of Israel, of course, is that Zionism was not the majority position even in most Jewish organizations, synagogues, etc., until 1995. So this belief that, like, way back then we had this dream of blah blah blah.
There's this big this contradiction of the Messiah not being here is a pretty tough thing to parse for an Orthodox, or should be pretty hard to parse out for an Orthodox religious community. No.
Well, yeah, I mean, for example, there is the belief that a Messiah is born in every generation. Well, that means that they can be born anywhere. They don't have to be born in just one city. And in fact, the people that have been seen as those emblematic figures, none of them are from the land of, like, none of them were, for most of that 2,000-year history, weren't even living in what is in Palestine. They were living in Baghdad, in Cairo, like with Maimonides, in Iberia, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, right? Like Vilna, right? Like these none of them.
Vilna was
none
part
of
the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Yes, that's right. I only meant the distinction communal wise, right? Like the different communities. But yes.
But it is also important to note that even with what's going on now, even with Zionism being a very dominant sort of force in the let's call it Jewish world, right? It's still, when you speak with people from the diaspora, a lot of them will use language like, I'm from here, this is where I belong, or this is my home, and will not sort of treat the place where they are as this not really home, and the real home is the nation state of Israel. This is something, it is anecdotal, admittedly, but it is something that I have sort of experienced when people say, but I'm from here, I even tried to gently expand on it with some people by saying that the idea in Poland, at least, that Jewish people are somehow guests and Polish people are hosts is ridiculous, to which people that I've talked to are Polish Jewish people would react with.
And
yes,
indeed,
exactly. They would say, yeah, exactly. We're this is our place just as much as any Polish person's.
Right. And in fact, like for someone to tell, especially like a marginalized, like BIPOC Jews, they are not included in the vision of the
Yes,
state of Israel, right? Like,
absolutely.
and so that's why, like, when it comes to Latinx Jews, Black Jews, regardless of whether they happen to be Ethiopian or happen to be like African American Jews, they are not included in that vision. In fact, the whole, like, again, because Israel does enforce white supremacy as it does in the way that it does, it is important for us to also understand in this context that that
I'm not
we are
sure.
not is that we are not native or indigenous to that land, right? Like they are misusing, Israelis and the Zionists misuse the idea of indigeneity to try to say, well, because we have a text that says there were people we are, mystically related to from thousands of years ago, even though mathematically speaking that would mean we would be related to everyone on earth, which we are. um, if if you were to do the math on it, it means that, again, also goes to sort of go against their argument, because one, even Ben Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, said that he knew that the Palestinians were the people who were actually related to the ancient, were like closely related to the ancient Israelites, because they were the people that had stayed, and over time you had, Palestine have people convert to Christianity or stay Jewish, and then later on you had people convert to Islam, or to different forms of
I think
Christianity.
the
Or
person you mentioned was the person that sort of lamented the lack of unity within the Polish community.
oh yeah, probably, yeah, I think so. And then I have here a chatter, Olzig back, wonderful chatter. Even the scriptures may point to a Jewish state being a bad idea. The quest for a homeland is one of loss and regret. Like, it was never meant to be found, or it was a homeland at too high of a price. You can't return to the garden. Yes, nobody recognized the Israel state, but Truman saw, if I do this, I get votes. In fact, just to answer Olzig back here, the United States was the first country to recognize the state of Israel 11 minutes after they declared independence. 11 minutes after. Everyone else was, weeks, months, etc. Only the United States, one, had knowledge that they were even going to declare independence, because if you know where they did declare independence, it's in a basement, right? Because they knew that they were going to start in the, they call it the War of Independence, but that's not what it actually is.
We've been raided.
I would.
We've been raided by President Sunday, I believe.
Oh, hello.
But yes.
But yeah, like I think, to me, that's something to also keep in mind too, is that, like, there was always this desire to dispossess, and when it comes to Zionism, and if we don't focus on that and we don't keep that at the center, right? It's like, yes, dispossessed Jews after the Second World War, yes, we can see why they might have wanted to get away from Europe, etc. But for Zionists to try to force them to move to the state of Israel,
Yeah.
should make us not feel sympathetic towards the Zionists, but feel sympathetic to the survivors, particularly because in the state of Israel they look down, and still do, on Holocaust survivors.
Right. Yes.
So
That was a big thing, because the Holocaust survivors were seen at the end of the day as we've discussed this distinction, all Jewish people and new Jewish people. And the Holocaust
Right.
survivors were seen as examples of the old Jewish people who were weak, who allowed themselves to be killed, who went as lambs to slaughter. So they were seen as the examples of the old Jewish people, not the brave, strong Jewish people that would be real patriots.
Right.
And of course, I'm
and
not
in
sure.
fact,
Yeah, and in fact.
Mhm. No, go ahead, please
Oh,
finish.
sorry, because I was no. You finish this thought because the next thing is a bit unrelated. So
I was going to say this is why the fact that Zev Jabotinsky, right, who essentially took Zionism and created revisionist Zionism, as it's called, which is the basis, by the way, of Netanyahu's Likud party,
Netanyahu.
is based on his book The War and the Jew, right, where he specifically is talking about how through war, right, that old Jew will die away, right, which considering in the context of what did happen with the Jewish people and
Yeah.
wars, is horrific to think about. But this is why, like, Zav Jabotinsky really took onto that idea. And I know I've already told you that Jabotinsky was a Russian Jew,
Yes.
but that's neither. Yeah, but
That's
the point
a whole
being
other
that
topic. The
yeah,
Russian Jewish
that's a
thing.
whole nother discussion for another day. But
Yes.
the point being that chauvinistic, nationalistic aspect shows itself in this like in this period of time where like Yiddish is banned, where
Yes.
Hebrew is enforced, where all of these things. But not only that, but that immediately after you have the movement of people from Europe to Palestine, is that immediately they are then put into a situation where they have to once again put their lives on the line, whether or not they wanted to, right? Because
Yes.
that's the other thing, right? So
And there's also
I
there
would
are
say
two aspects to that, right? There's the aspect of Yiddish being seen as the language of the diaspora, which was seen as diseased by the Zionist movement. So it had to be sort of banned. Like it had to be defeated since Hebrew was seen as the national language. And two,
right.
I'm not sure if I've heard this from you or someone else, that the people of color who are Jewish who came to Israel were not accepted by the sort of Ashkenazi branch, so had to be accepted by the Sephardic branch in turn.
Yes. When it came to the Ethiopian Jews,
Right, exactly.
and proving or deciding whether or not they were actually considered Jews, which they are. I mean, it's
Yeah,
it's quite obvious that they are.
undisputable.
The Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Israel, which they made there to be two, right? And one thing I also want to add is Ashkenazi Jewish people, right, are a minority within the state of Israel, but are the ones that have always been like the prime ministers, essentially the highest, and that's kind of how that's pretty much Zionism kind of envisaged something along those lines, right? That the European Jewish people kind of knew how to do things, and everyone else was kind of that's why they still use racial slurs against Sephardic Jews and etc., which I won't say here.
It's
So
probably best
to keep-
not to.
Yes. So what happened was the Ashkenazi chief rabbi said, no, there is no way that the Ethiopian Jews get to be counted as Jews because they do not fit our standard of what Judaism is.
Which is
And
pretty
so
ridiculous, but
right. And so then they went to the Sephardic chief rabbi and the Sephardic chief rabbi, I should note, literally has to every other community of Jewish people falls under his purview. So only Ashkenazis can have their guy just for them. Every other community has the Sephardic chief rabbi to have. And so it was through him researching, setting out investigators and everything, to make that he signed the document, right? The certification that they are a branch of the Jewish people, and that therefore
this sort of splintering is really bad in itself, in my opinion. Boy Meets Me actually asked a very interesting question. Basically, an upper caste. Sorry if that's if it's an inappropriate term, but that's how I envision it.
That is one way of thinking about it, because essentially Ashkenazi Jewish people, again from Europe, have always been given, I mean, and were, right, all of the major leaders really forever. I mean, Ben Gurion was originally, David Grün from Germany, etc. And so yes, the one could say that it is like in one sense, like a caste system, insofar as we're talking about kind of like the Spanish one, right, where only peninsulares, that is, only Spaniards born back in Spain, could have the highest positions, and Spaniards born in the Spanish American colonies could have only the second best jobs, right, so to speak.
Well, also, as it seems, it's not just Ashkenazi. It has to be an Ashkenazi person of a specific kind, since
Yes.
the survivors of the Shoah were also Ashkenazi, but they were not the right kind of Ashkenazi. They were the old Jewish people that were, again, the anti-Semitic stereotype. So even within, I would say, the Ashkenazi sort of, it sort of, you know where I'm going with this, right? That
Yes.
even within the group, it sort of becomes like this splintered thing, which is like, to me, one of the biggest offenses of the state of Israel. This sort of splintering of Jewish people to better groups and worse groups, to put it bluntly, if that makes any sort of sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's just,
I mean, again, this is why I said what I said, saying that Israel upholds white supremacy, in that the Jewish people that have been assimilated into whiteness especially like in the United States, are Ashkenazi. It's not Sephardic Jewish people. In fact, there's a rabbi I know that Sephardic rabbi that was attacked precisely because not because he was Jewish, or at least insofar as that, but because the person thought he was Muslim by how he was dressed, right? Because Sephardim, we dress differently than the Ashkenazi do. And in fact, this is the case too, where Mizrahim and Sephardim have had to Ashkenazize themselves, right, when it comes to how they dress, in that, like, it's not seen as acceptable to be an Orthodox Jew of, Mizrahi or a Sephardi, unless you look like Orthodox Ashkenazi Jews, which is, where they wear the suit and the white shirt with the no tie, etc.
right, yeah.
Right,
I
but that
know
was.
sure, yeah.
But that again is literally taking away the culture and the context in which Sephardic Judaism, and I mean, if we want to call it that, and Mizrahi Jews, as Bukharian Jews, etc., that they, that their dress represents, right? And so, you see this particularly because even the yeshiva systems in the state of Israel are essentially meant to, in a way, and I mean, I will say this, to essentially enforce conformity. I mean, when I went to yeshiva, that's definitely how it felt. Like, you have to eventually be like everybody else, and that is and I knew other Sephardic people there that they knew that they had to start dressing like they were Ashkenazi. So yes, there is this special status given to European Jews in particular, again, because
Of
Israel
specific
does enforce
kind.
white supremacy. Yes, of a very specific kind. And that's why, like, if you look at the prime ministers of Israel, if you look at the chief justices of Israel, I mean, they are disproportionately Ashkenazi, whereas most Jewish people in Israel are either Sephardi or even more so Mizrahi.
Right.
So,
Right. After all, a lot of, it's a whole thing that a lot of
mhm.
Ashkenazi Jewish people were lost in the Shoah, who were, by the way, anti-Zionist. So
Mhm.
well, yeah. Let's continue because we went on a big side tangent. Well, it wasn't a tangent, it was commentary, but you know, it was commentary. Ready?
Mhm.
Państwa arabskie i żydowskie.
So it was decided to be split into Jewish and Arabic
I
states,
nawet
respectively.
wytyczyła
And even has formed like
mapę
a map
granic obu państw.
of which had the borders of both countries.
Była to rezolucja Zgromadzenia Ogólnego, a
It
nie
was a resolution of,
Rady Bezpieczeństwa, co w sensie prawnym jest ważne,
of a general sort of, and not a sort of security meeting, which from a legal point is important,
bo tylko rezolucje Rady Bezpieczeństwa mają
because only a resolution of the Security
moc
Council
prawa międzynarodowego.
has international law power.
Rezolucje Zgromadzenia Ogólnego to jest
The common gathering resolutions
wyraz międzynarodowej opinii, ale
show basically are a sign of international opinion,
to nie jest prawo.
but it's not sort of it is not law. What will you say about any comment on this? Hello?
No, I mean, my main thing that I was just kind of saying to chat right now was that, like, one, the Security Council, the UN Security Council, I mean, regardless of what people say about, Russia and China being there, I mean, the UN has been and
'Cause
continues
this
to
is-
be.
To me, this is very interesting.
No, no, it is interesting.
What this suggests is like this, that there was like the whole division was basically a suggestion, not really something that was treated as set in stone to begin with.
Well, I would tell that to the Peel Commission then, because I mean, like in 47, I mean, you have it being realized in India,
Right,
where it was carved up artificially.
I mean, that was what was being said here. That since it wasn't done by the Security Council, it wasn't really treated as law, but more like an opinion.
I mean, yes, the main reason why, I mean, you have it even going to the Security Council is because it was, and it still is, like I was trying to say, it is an arm of American imperialism, right? Of US imperialism throughout the world. And so that is why, even without both parties consenting, right, they decided to approve it, especially when, again, we must consider the fact that most of the countries that now exist and are part of the UN were not there for the initial vote, when it actually was a whole vote for the entire United Nations plenum to vote on. So again, like Britain, like, you know, I have here these colonial maps, like most of these countries did not exist as they did. They were still in this state as colonies, so they did not get a chance to, as it were, say something. And it was in the U.S. interest, and also in Britain's interest too, to have land that was one could keep control of the Eastern Mediterranean alongside with Cyprus, with the British, and also hold control over the Suez Canal, right? So so it's in that we need to remember that the state of Israel functions as a garrison state for Western imperialism, but in particular U.S. imperialism, precisely because it gives them a permanent base to, you know, always have to always sow that discord that it has done so, you know, since the end of the Second World War. That's why I think his earlier painting of this as being like Iran wants it to be this way. It's like, well, Iran is an enemy that, as it were, was created through the United States, right? Like same thing with Hamas, right? Like, in fact, even Israel and the United States even funded Hamas at the beginning because they wanted them, to essentially disenfranchise the more collaborationist Fatah, which
Right.
controls the West Bank. But regardless,
Oh, and of course, like the Holocaust revisionism of Mr. Netanyahu is a topic for a different day, I think.
I don't even want to start on that. That man is just, I don't know.
Okay, let's continue.
I mean, I could, but I don't know. Do you have
I think it's a topic for a different discussion. I think it's not in the purview of our. We already discussing the current situation, and we're building the context. We have been building the context for over 4 hours, or 3 at least. So, which is important to build up the context, but at some point we will have to get into discussing what we think of the current events. Okay, let's continue. Ready? Are you ready?
Granice były dość
The borders that were drawn out were
absurdalne,
pretty absurd,
ale agencja żydowska na
but the Jewish agency
nie przystała. Agencja
agreed to them.
żydowska to była
The Jewish agency
polityczna
was
reprezentacja
the political representation
Żydów w Palestynie.
of Jewish people in Palestine.
Przystała na plan ONZ
It agreed to the UN plan
i na te granice,
and to those borders
ponieważ rozpaczliwie potrzebna
because it desperately
była
wanted
jakaś ojczyzna
some sort of a homeland
dla setek tysięcy
for the hundreds of thousands of Jewish people
Żydów, których nie zdążono wymordować
that were not that the Nazis did not sort of manage to murder,
w Europie, którzy nadal siedzieli w Niemczech w
who were still trapped in Germany
obozach, zresztą
in the camps,
pilnowanych przez niemieckich
who were guarded by German prison guards,
strażników, którym tym razem już płacili alianci, a nie
who were paid by the Allies
Trzecia Rzesza.
instead of the Third Reich.
Więc jakie by nie były te granice,
So whatever those borders would be,
dla agencji żydowskiej to,
for the Jewish agency,
że powstanie
the fact that anything would be
jakieś
created
państwo żydowskie było sukcesem.
was a success. Any thoughts?
I mean, this is, the framing of this is very, I don't want to just, the Jewish Agency for Palestine, now the Jewish Agency for Israel, that's actually the one that was run by Natan Sharansky, right? I told you about him when it came to Russian Jewry.
Right.
So like their idea is to, try to make it so that as many people will sign up to the idea of moving to Palestine.
Right.
And so the thing is that these agencies are outgrowths of like the Jewish or the Palestine Colonization Society or the Jewish Colonization Society, right? These things that were created at the end of the 19th century, early 20th century, that were explicitly saying like we want to create colonies here, right?
Although I will say that the end of World War II and the end of the Shoah did for many civilian populations create this very specific situation in which they did sort of flee basically to Palestine.
Well, I mean, again, that goes back to what I was saying about how the British even then had, stopped Jewish people from going into Palestine, precisely because of the fact that they did not essentially during the war, right, which is when the white paper was in power, in force, there was a quota of 1,500 certificates that could be given out um, to people when it came to that law, right, which was empower, essentially to until 1948. So again, that also has to be thought about in that context too, is that yes, there were people that did feel the need to go somewhere, and
Right.
some people did choose to go to Palestine,
I mean,
but
I know that
like
from
during the
Poland,
war
a lot of
itself,
people chose after the war
right,
because
but
of
they're
the
also uh-huh.
because
No,
we went through
I'm
the
just saying, like,
article, right,
mhm. No,
about
yes,
the atmosphere in Poland after World War II, after the Shoah, the atmosphere of being hunted, the atmosphere of being greeted with the question, "So you're alive?" The atmosphere of the pogroms that happened after World War II, where orphan children who were in the hospital, there were those reactionary bands that would throw dangerous explosive materials through the windows that the children would die. So the children would be moved away from the windows when woman was recognized as Jewish and thrown out of the train and thrown stones at by children. And the conductor, when she asked him to just kill her, said, you want an easy death like that?" So it's from the perspective of the civilian populations that underwent that sort of, I think that's also a context that sort of needs to be taken into consideration. That
right.
they felt trapped and um, how should I put it? Fair game where they were, and they felt that they need to run wherever they could.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean that is true. And what is important to note is that, like, during the war itself, um uh about 18,000 people, Jewish people, did try to move, or rather did escape there, and that this was organized by the Zionists, their agencies, etc. And there were even, later on, like this is something that sometimes is forgotten, but this was in 41,
Mm.
that there was a ship called the MV Struma, um, and it was known for carrying, it was a diesel ship, and it was known for carrying livestock. So I'm going to just say that, preface of that first. But as the Struma, there was Jews trying to escape Romania as the Germans were taking over in what is Romania, in December of 1941, and um, Turkey actually, in this case, even though it's a neutral country, detained the ship because Britain refused to allow the people to go to Palestine. So these are people fleeing. The British know that they're fleeing, and
Right.
even then, the UK is still saying, no, we would rather the Turks like impound your ship and not allow you. But in February 1942, not 1492. Then you essentially have a Soviet submarine that torpedoed that ship Now, there is some 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 issues where like the main thing is because of Britain, Turkey did not even let them come on shore, so they were stuck in the ship. Same thing like what happened with the SS St. Louis, right? And in fact, just to sort of add, even more context to this, one pregnant refugee suffered a miscarriage while on this ship, and she was the only person allowed to leave the ship. And so, again, it was moored 10 miles off of the coast of Istanbul. But yes, a Soviet submarine, sank it. And again, no one came to rescue them, really. And in fact, only one survivor, like of the refugees, survived. So yeah.
Right.
So again, so that's again to put it in context with like during the war, that it was difficult even through other countries, particularly the British, who were willing
Right.
to impound, stop them even in a neutral country, and then torpedoed by a Soviet submarine. So there's that.
Right. But then we get to the post-war war too.
Yes.
So what should have happened? That is the question, I guess.
What should have happened? I mean,
To the people that were pogromed, for example, in Poland after World War II.
well, I mean, the population. So in May 1945, right? The Jewish people that had been released from concentration camps, right? And again, as we said earlier about Ben Susan, like no concentration camp was free or liberated under the orders of anybody, or came out of hiding or to find lost family members or their former home. The population of displaced persons also included 150 or so thousand Jewish people who had left Central Europe due to exactly what you're talking about. However, countries continue to resist taking in Jewish refugees. Again, the biggest one of these was the UK. The most favorable destinations for displaced Jews were, as it were, Palestine, because they had the agencies there to facilitate that,
Right.
but also the United States, because Harry Truman, the president at the time, issued a directive in late December. I think it was like Christmas of 1945 or something, and 40,000 Jewish people were allowed into the United States from essentially 1946 until 1948. So 40,000 people moved there, and then
Yep. And then in 19.
Oh, I was just gonna say, in 48, that year, essentially you had, essentially between 1945 and 1952, which is like the time frame that I guess is best to use in terms of like immigration policies of the United States in particular. It's like 137,000 Jewish refugees settled in the United States.
Right. But that's a bit of a that's the problem, isn't it? Because
what do you mean?
Poland alone, in Poland proper, only 1% of the Jewish people that lived there survived, thanks to the help of Polish collaborators that contributed to the death of approximately 200,000 Jewish people, and that's also a conversation for a different day. But
Right.
about, and this is why, because the number of survivors of Jewish people given is often 10% out of the 3.5 million, which approximates to a bit over like 350,000 people. But if you, I just said that only 1% of Jewish people in Poland survived. So how does it become 10%? One would reasonably ask, right? And
Uh-huh.
those over 300,000 Jewish people were Jewish people who survived within the Soviet Union and then
Mm-hmm.
returned to Poland, so to speak. And we have to remember that the um, pogroms that happened after the war made most of those people flee. Most of those over 300,000 people in Poland alone, they were made to flee. And when we take that number into consideration, suddenly the 40,000 people around into the US feels like not a solution for over 300,000 people, if you sort of
Mm-hmm.
know where I'm going with this. So it still was a
Yes.
problem of what were they supposed to do and where were they supposed to go. And that's Poland alone, mind you.
Right. Right.
So it's like it becomes like this huge
Yeah.
problem that there's like, I mean, I've actually heard that I only saw this in one source. I've never seen this corroborated by any other source. I treat this as gossip almost, that there was a plan to carve out a piece of Poland to create Israel in.
Mm.
But I don't know. I really feel like if there was like a plan to create this sort of place for Jewish people, it should have been in a place that was more rooted in immediate history when it comes to culture, etc. Not some faraway
Sure.
land.
Sure.
But it
Um,
becomes a bit difficult. I
I mean,
mean, technically speaking, it's difficult with Palestine as well. So if there would be political will, it would have been done. The pogroms would have been stopped in their tracks if there was political will, especially since the pogroms that happened in Poland, we need to remember this, were often happening with the militia forces and the government sort of turning a blind eye to them.
mhm.
So it's
Right. Well, I mean, another thing too was the fact that there were also, you know, non-state actors, that is to say, organizations that also helped, in this, because one thing to keep in mind, and I think this is very important, is that the Allied victory didn't mean that the, tens of thousands of Jewish people, hundreds of thousands of Jewish people that had been, liberated, right? In Hebrew, they call them sherit hapleta, sorry, would even be, treated well, right? Like there was no guarantee. I mean, it's not like suddenly all of the countries around them became, favorable towards the Jewish people.
mm,
Um, and so this is why, the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, right? Like a lot of these other things come into play, um, because by late 1945, almost 100,000. Well, actually, maybe better, closer around 75,000 survivors were crowded into displaced persons camps throughout Germany, Austria, Italy, etc. And it's important to note this because the conditions they were kept in weren't better. I mean, so to speak,
yes,
like they were
yes,
abominable as
yeah,
well, right? They
we've
were
talked
really
about this,
bad.
yeah.
And so it was, I believe it was Earl yes, the I think he's the president of University of Pennsylvania Law School, who asked Dr. Schwartz, the European director of the JDC, the Joint Distribution Committee, to do an official tour of the camps, and he called for separate Jewish camps, which is a bit of an issue as well. But still, regardless, this is when you also have the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Organization start maintaining those displaced persons camps. So again, like that's why I said 1952, because like after 1945 and up until 1952, I mean, you still have Jewish people living in displaced persons camps, where they are still rendered stateless. And so this is why, yes.
I was thinking of something similar. I sort of my mind blanked out. You continue. I will remember what I wanted to say.
So the JDC, as it's called, there was a huge influx of refugees from Eastern Europe. That at one point, and this was in 2 years. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, because one of the pogroms in Poland was so horrible that there was actually an accusation sort of pointed that it was such a bad pogrom that it was thought that maybe it was so over the top that it maybe was actually orchestrated by Zionists in order to make people go to Palestine. But there was no evidence found of that, but that was actually considered that was actually an investigated theory.
Right. And of course, when it comes to that period, particularly from 1944 to 1946, essentially you have the violence, being again. So the emigration to Poland, right, after this from the displaced persons camps, and not only that, but the Soviet Union brought Soviet Jews from the displacement camp. This is something, again, that's important to note, by force. Like, even if they didn't want to go back to the Soviet Union, they had to. So that's another thing, again, to keep in mind. But again, there were many in 1946. Okay, I'll just start there. The Central Committee of Polish Jews had registered 86,000 survivors. Right, that's about how many people they had registered at that time. But then this is when you get the 180,000 refugees who come from the Soviet Union after the repatriation agreement that you were kind of mentioning, right? But most left without visas or Marek Spichalski, I think that's how you pronounce his name.
Can you write it?
Because
can you write it in a DM? I will sort of.
Yeah. I'll send it right now. No, here, I'll just type it up right now.
Marian Marek Spichalski.
Spichalski, okay.
Spichalski, it's
so
from pushing. It's from the
okay.
word push. Or from push.
So
push.
Okay. So anyway, well, I mean that's very important because by the spring of 1947, so this is again 1 year later, only 90,000 Jews resided in Poland. So that immense number that had been, grown by the people that were came out of the Soviet Union that went up to about 210,000 people.
Or it
At least
was
that's its
more
highest.
closer to like 300 or something. It's
Yeah,
considered
yeah.
like
I'm just
10% of 10% of the
right.
10%
Exactly.
of the pre-World War II number. But
Right.
yeah, it's
I'm just giving the like the lowest estimate just because
yeah.
just for the sake of showing how like even at their lowest estimation, right? So because it was more like 300,000.
Which I would
It's just that it's
also
very
to give it perspective, the current Polish Jewish community is estimated at 20,000.
so yeah. So in 47, a year later, even with the 180,000 Jewish refugees that came from the Soviet Union, by a year later, there was only 90,000 people left in Poland.
Which
And
compared to now
so
is a lot, but
yes, yes, and again, there were so many problems that came up with the KPP, which is the Communist Party, because they were they were they were
you're
attacked,
robotic.
right?
Can you repeat all that?
And in fact,
Can you start from the top? You were roboting out.
oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about how like even after this, like the relationship to the KPP, right, the Communist Party of Poland, kind of became an issue too because they began to associate like Jewish people with the installation of that Stalinist government, so to speak. Or, I mean, I use Stalinist in the sense of like government that was implemented during the rule of Stalin in the Soviet Union. Nothing
Yeah,
else besides that.
of course that's whole topic that's also requires um, its own conversation because of course there were Jewish people that did sort of enter the structures of the newly forming government because they saw it as a chance to sort of better the fate of Jewish people. That's a whole different, that's sort of tangent, not related to today's topic. Sorry.
Right, and kind of what you mentioned is that there was a lot of false accusations of blood libel, and then
Yeah.
there's the Krakow pogrom of
Yes, exactly.
August 1945.
Yes,
Um,
the big one.
so
Caused a
and
lot
then
of
there's
people to
the
flee Poland. Yeah.
yes, exactly. So again, it's not as though there was no reasoning behind why. It was just that the two places that were kind of offered up to people was either to Palestine, which the agencies would try to set up, and especially once you have the creation of the state of Israel or the imposition of it, then that became a place where again people were sort of railroaded to, and the other place was the United States, which is why the United States had a large growth in Jewish population after World War II, because they were willing to take in over 100,000, and then later on, even more refugees. But again, like for such a long time, many Jewish people were in displaced persons camps to the point where being anywhere would have been better than being in those camps, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah.
Which I don't know. It feels like it gets really. I don't know. It's a problem, And the one hand, I think the quota for the U.S. was for the number of people that needed a place extremely low, in my opinion. 40,000.
Mhm.
And on the other hand, it was also like this golden, let's not kid ourselves, opportunity for the Zionist movement to capitalize on the situation and make the thing come true, so to speak. So it's
Mhm.
and on the third sort of on the third hand, I'm gonna say on the third hand, What was the alternative for all those people at that time?
At the time, I mean, that's
Like, what was the
that's a
alternative
very good
even to
question.
fleeing to Palestine at the time? A
Well,
viable
I mean,
alternative for, you know, the
there. I mean, the main alternative tended to be to try to get to the United States, just because it
yeah, but
was,
the
you know,
quota would prevent
not.
them from, right?
Yes, no, no,
Like
yes, that's true, that's true. Yes.
so that they
And
would
that's
have to
why,
be a
again, like I'm
different
saying,
alternative to do. And the question is, what would it be? Like
right.
at that point,
Well,
Russia
again,
was the USSR. Sorry, was I'm not sure if the USSR was at that point already quite as anti-Zionist as it became later, because I'm pretty sure that at the start, the USSR looked favorably to the project of Israel because, again, it saw it as a potential. Basically, you say that Israel is a permanent base for the US, right?
yeah, I mean, that's definitely how Truman
Yes.
saw it, that's for sure. Yes.
So basically, the USSR saw similar potential for Israel for itself, but when Israel sort of failed this expectation, the USSR became rabidly anti-Zionist, from what I recall. That it actually was in favor of the
And
project at the beginning because it saw a use for it for itself in its fight against the West.
you know, I actually want to quote something, if you don't mind,
I don't mind,
because
of course.
like this is something that like when I'm, you know, when it's talking about this is always difficult, even in classes. Like when I give classes about this, it's not,
Yes.
this is not an easy topic.
I mean, yeah.
So and I don't think it should be. I didn't, you know, I think it should be challenging. So
What
Chaim
is?
Weizmann, the first president of the state of Israel, said, quote, like Palestine alone could absorb and provide for the homeless and stateless Jews uprooted by the war. It is to canalize all the sympathy of the world for the martyrdom of the Jews that the Zionists reject all schemes to resettle these victims elsewhere in Germany or Poland or in sparsely populated regions such as Madagascar. So, and end quote.
Right.
So, you see in that framing that you have Chaim Weizmann essentially saying that Zionists should reject any resettlement of the Jewish people who are homeless and stateless, right? Again, using his terminology, who are in displaced persons camps, anywhere else but in the state of Israel.
Right.
And so it's a lot of these sentiments that kind of create the conditions where, you know, you either, you know, go stay in the Eastern Bloc, which is something you see with like Vasily Grossman. You see a lot of people moving west, and that is something that a lot of Polish and Soviet Jews, when they had the chance, could do. They try to get out of the east, and then there were some, and they went to Western Europe, which is why like France has a very large Jewish population, why England has a high Jewish population now. I mean, definitely not in comparison to, you know, Poland back in the day. You know, France has 500,000, which is tiny.
Which was basically what
but
Germany was before
in
World
comparison
War
to,
II.
yeah, right, exactly. And so then you have, again, like I said, the large movements of people to the United States, which again, like as time evolved, like from the Truman Decree to other changes to the immigration laws, allowed more and more Jewish people to move to the state of Israel. Pardon me, to the United States. But again, those were really the other path. The other alternatives were to move to Latin American countries. And so that is when you see a lot of people immigrate to Brazil, I mean, there already was a Jewish populations in all of these countries, but even more so after World War II, where you have, again, an influx of thousands of people who did not want to remain in the displaced persons camp, who, if they had a family member that lived in Buenos Aires, then they would try to find it so that way they could move to Argentina or Brazil or whatever. And then some of these countries also wanted European immigration. So they took in refugees and displaced people from Europe in general. But that was the only, alternative, I guess, to the United States and the state of Israel was to move to some third country that wasn't either in the Eastern Bloc or the United States / the state of Israel. So
Right. All right. Let us continue with the video.
Państwa arabskie odrzuciły
The Arab states have rejected
plan ONZ-u.
the UN plan.
Dlaczego?
Why?
Dlatego, że uznały, że
Because they have decided
nie życzą sobie żadnego państwa żydowskiego.
that they do not wish a Jewish state.
Nie są związane deklaracją rządu brytyjskiego.
That they're not tied by the declaration of the British government.
Chociaż ta deklaracja, powtórzmy,
Even though this declaration, we should repeat,
została przejęta i przez Ligę
was taken over by the League of Nations
Narodów i przez Organizację Narodów
and by the UN.
Zjednoczonych. Ale państwa arabskie świadczyły, że się nie czują tym związane.
But the Arab states have declared that they are not tied by these agreements.
I w dniu, kiedy Brytyjczycy wycofali się z Palestyny,
And on the day when the British sort of retreated from Palestine, yes, it's the author.
czyli 14 maja 1948
14 May of 1948,
roku, Izrael ogłosił niepodległość,
Israel has declared independence.
został natychmiast zaatakowany
It
przez
was immediately attacked
armię 4 państw arabskich,
by armies of 4 Arab countries:
czyli Egiptu,
Egypt,
Jordanii, Syrii
Jordania, Syria,
i Iraku.
and Iraq.
I większość obserwatorów
And
uważała,
most observers thought
że ta wojna będzie krótka
that the war would be quick
i skończy się wymordowaniem
and would end in the murder of Jewish people.
Żydów. Żydzi nie mieli broni ciężkiej,
Jewish people did not have heavy artillery
a walczyli z armiami profesjonalnymi
and fought against professional armies
istniejących państw,
of existing states,
uzbrojonych, wyposażonych i często
equipped, armed, and often led
dowodzonych przez Brytyjczyków.
by the British.
Ku zdumieniu wszystkich samymi
To the surprise of everyone, including Jewish people,
Żydami, Żydzi w tej wojnie odnieśli zwycięstwo.
Jewish people won in this war
I zajęli terytoria
and took over the territories,
niemal wszystkie te, które przewidywał
all those that were sort of planned in the UN agreement,
plan ONZ-u, plus jeszcze niektóre terytoria,
some territories
które plan ONZ-u przewidywał dla
that the UN plan has that was planned for Palestine.
państwa palestyńskiego.
Co jeszcze wzmocniło konflikt zapewne?
Which probably strengthened the conflict.
Nie sądzę, bo
I don't think so, because
nikt po stronie arabskiej w ogóle
on the side of the Arab countries,
poważnie tych granic
nobody took those UN borders seriously.
żydowskich nie traktował. Natomiast tak
And
powstał funkcjonujący
that is how
politycznie po dziś dzień
a functioning to this day political
podział dawnego
sort of separation of the old mandate,
mandatu brytyjskiego na
British mandate
Izrael
to Israel
w rzekomych granicach
in supposed borders
1949 roku, za chwilę
from 1949,
wytłumaczę dlaczego rzekomych,
and I will explain in a moment why it's supposed. It's not that easy to translate full sentences.
oraz zachodni brzeg, tu chodzi o zachodni brzeg rzeki Jordan,
And the West Bank, we're talking about the West Bank of the Jordan River,
i strefę Gazy.
and Gaza.
Na tych dwóch kawałkach Palestyny mandatowej po klęsce arabskich agresorów
On those two parts of the sort of mandate after the loss of the surrounding countries, after the loss of the surrounding country aggressors,
mogło powstać państwo
there could have been
arabskie,
there could have been a state formed.
tyle że pozostałe państwa arabskie nie były tym w ogóle zainteresowane.
There's just the matter that the surrounding countries were not really interested in that.
Jordania po prostu anektowała
Jordania simply annexed the western bank.
zachodni brzeg. Jordania się wcześniej nazywała Transjordania.
Jordania was before that called the Transjordania,
Czyli terytoria za Jordanem.
so the territory behind Jordan,
Anektowała zachodni brzeg i
and annected the western bank,
przemianowała się na Jordanię, no bo
and
ma
it changed its name to
ziemię
Jordania
po obu stronach
because it had both sides of the river.
Jordanu. Egipt nie
Egypt did not annex
anektował strefy Gazy, ale
Gaza,
objął ją swoją administracją.
but it sort of made it sort of put it under its administration
O tym, żeby dopuścić do głosu arabskich
to
mieszkańców tych
to allow Palestinian citizens any sort of voice in the matter.
terytoriów, nikt ani w Ammanie, ani w Kairie,
Nobody in Amman or Cairo
ani w żadnej innej stolicy
or
arabskiej
any other capital
myślał.
even considered. Okay, we can pause here and discuss.
I mean, that, you know, I have big issues with the way how he's putting this, because he's making it seem as though because the Palestinians didn't consent to having their land, you know, broken into pieces, based on, you know, ethno-religious lines, to some extent, somehow means that it's their fault, that, like, well, they could have had something if they had just agreed to this, right? Like, that is
Well, it's not that's not exactly what's being said here, though.
No, but I mean, to some extent it is, because he
It's-
said they could, I mean, as you were translating, you said they could have their
No,
state.
no.
But
So what's being I'm gonna defend poor Kostek here a bit. What's being said
No,
here is
please.
not that they could have had it if they agreed to it. What was being said is they could have had it if any of their neighbors had the will to support them in it. And then gave the example that Jordania just annexed the Western Bank and Egypt simply put Gaza under its administration, but there was no will to sort of support the plight of the Palestinian people and help them create any sort of anything.
well, I mean, I would say that the thing that we must keep in mind is the fact that the armies, right, like what we're talking about here, in terms of Transjordan, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Taman, you know, etc., you know, Masr or Egypt, is well, the fact that you have the idea of the Arab League, right, which was the Arab Higher Committee, which was the central, you know, like the I don't want to say government, but kind of like like almost like an agency of sorts that represent kind of like the Jewish agency, but this was like the Palestinian agency
Right.
or the Arab agency, right? So for Arab Palestinians in mandatory Palestine. But one of the things that again needs to be kept in mind is that once it was named the once you have this so let me add this context as well, because
Right.
one, the Palestinians never had to agree, nor did they have to have support from any other country on whether or not they should have a state of their own, right? Like
That's right.
self-determination is not
Sort of.
no, I'm yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even if
No, go ahead.
self-determined, yeah, you're right about that. But when you have a piece of land that's just being annexed by your neighbor, it's hard to enact this self-determination in those conditions.
No, yes, I
Like
agree.
I'm
And one
alluding
of the
to
reasons
the
why, and I guess this is what I'm trying to
Transjordania becoming, the Transjordan thing that he talked about here.
right, because in Spanish, well, and in French, like with the West Bank is called in Spanish Cisjordania, like Cisjordan, and then in French Cisjordanie, right? So yes, there's Cisjordan and Transjordan, and then there's NB Jordan too, but
Right. So like.
But no,
that-
anyway,
that's
the
sort
point
of-
being that.
Yeah.
But the main thing is that already in 1947, this committee that represented politically, when at the London Conference, right? It was the failure of the London Conference to have a resolution in 1947. In 1946, that then the British refer the question to the United Nations on the 14th of February 1947, and the demands by this organ that was representing Arab Palestinians was that one, and again, this has to be taken with the context at the time, right? They wanted, of course, the complete cessation of Jewish migration to Palestine, a total halt of sale of land to Jews, a cancellation of the British mandate in Palestine, and the Balfour Declaration, which is strange because Balfour was an anti-Semite, and so it's strange that in Israel they have like a huge boulevard named after him when he was like literally like a rabid anti-Semite. And the recognition of the right of the Arab Palestinians to their land and the recognition of Palestine as a sovereign state, like all of the other ones that Britain had already, recognized, particularly using the example of Transjordan, right? With promise. And I say this, and I know people might say, oh, well, they're asking for, no immigration of this kind, no this, no that. But their whole thing was based on this idea that if Palestine were to be created as a single state, right, without the division, that they would have it so that there would be protection of minority rights to the Jewish people, according to the rules of the term used is rules of democracy, but what they're talking about is they would create with the Jewish people a constitution that would guarantee minority rights to the Jewish people, right? Again, using the context of 1947, right, as opposed to present day context. So this is sort of the things that lead up to the ad hoc committee on the Palestinian question, which I don't, anything that's the blank question is always,
But
because, yeah.
But that does not
but-
really refute the whole Transjordan thing. It does not make the annexation of the West Bank by Transjordan okay.
No, I'm getting there. I promise. I'm gonna get there.
Yeah.
So the Arab League, right, which is led by Egypt, right, because it's kind of like the center of the Arab world, set up the All Palestine government, which included which is Gaza, like at least the Gaza as it existed in 1948, not necessarily now. While the war between the Zionists and its Arab neighbors was going on, and the Palestinians, of course. But soon it was recognized. So the All Palestine government was recognized by 6 of the 7 total Arab League members.
Well,
So,
can you repeat
like,
that sentence once
big-
again?
The All Palestine government, which was started by, which was under the leadership of Al-Min al-Husseini, was recognized. It was started on September 8th, 1948, and it was recognized by 6 of the 7 Arab League members. The only exception being Transjordan. So here's where I'm getting to this. Because King Abdullah of Transjordan regarded the attempt to, essentially what ended up happening was that it became a clash between 2 competing pan-Arabist powers that Transjordan, took over Cisjordan, because King Abdullah saw it as a way that by starting the All Palestine government, again that because the army of the Holy War, at least that's how it's translated. I don't think it's a good, I don't like to call it that because I think it kind of again has very Islamophobic connotations, but was under the force of Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini and Hassan Salama, is that they were essentially the army of, again, the Egyptian governor of the All Palestine government, which was Gaza. So the Egyptians took Gaza and said that here we are going to start a government under Egyptian protection that will represent all of Palestine, and it is in relation to this that the kingdom of Transjordan decides to annex what is called the West Bank, Cisjordan, because they were both 2 states, Egypt, Masr, and Yarden that wanted to create a pan-Arab state.
Right.
And so because of that, they would rather absorb in those parts of Palestine, and in fact Transjordan even added in, even gave the people that live in the West Bank Jordanian citizenship, and their parliament, half of it was made up of representatives for Cisjordan, right, as so to speak. And so,
But once again, I'm not sure if that makes it any better. If that makes
no,
sense.
I'm not saying it makes it better. No, I'm not saying that it makes it better. I'm saying that like, because of the visions of pan-Arabism, and again, I don't want to say that pan-Arabism is in of itself bad, but because you had 2 parties that were using that ideology to justify their acquisition of whatever land had not been taken over by what became the State of Israel, was essentially what caused them to, instead of trying to create a Palestinian state themselves, instead would feed into both of their Egypt's and Transjordan's claim to become a pan-Arab state.
Yeah, but
And so because of that,
but that
they were willing to sacrifice a Palestinian state so that they could create a pan-Arab state on their own terms, either one, right?
But that
Egypt
sort of,
or
but that sort of, I mean, but that sort of ends up being what he just said, that those countries were not really interested in Palestine existing near them.
well, again, I guess what I'm trying to say. Well, I mean, I don't think I'm trying to say that he's necessarily wrong or incorrect in that again, people did not necessarily want Palestine to become an independent country. However, that was not so in the sense of the desire for for a state to be created, right, is a separate question, I would say, than whether or not, due to the war against the Zionists, that then those two states, right, Egypt and Transjordan, decided to take for themselves, I guess if you want to call it that, these two areas that were still majority Arab and had not been lost to the Zionist armies, right?
But I'm not even
and
sure
so
if
I
this
think
sort of, I'm not entirely sure if this sort of conclusion can be drawn, because it makes it seem like if only Israel didn't win and sort of establish this thing, then Egypt and Jordan would never do what it did, and it sort of, we don't know if it still wouldn't push for the Pan-Arabic states with just more territory instead of just those two pieces of land.
no, I mean that makes good sense, and this is why, again, like I hope I'm not just like, oh, now there's this part. This is why when they had the Jericho conference in December of 1948, it was to decide the future of the portion of Palestine that was held by the Kingdom of Jordan, right? So they actually had Palestinian, like very important, people that were part of what would be, I guess one would say, like governing bodies in Palestine.
Right.
And King Abdullah, went to, essentially went to say that not only would he accept, them as refugees and make them Jordanian citizens, right, giving them so they would no longer be stateless, but that conference called, or one of its final things that it said was, it called for the annexation of what was left of Palestine under the Hashemite crown, which is the current family that rules Jordan.
Right.
In light of the reality that, or rather, because of the fact that it was being run essentially by the Jordanian army at that point. So in essence, there were 6 resolutions that were put out during this conference. I believe, I want to say it's 6. 4 of them were approved, 2 of them were rejected. But essentially, one of them is Palestinian Arabs desire unity between Transjordan and Arab Palestine, and therefore make their wish known. No. I am not trying to say that, like, oh, and this somehow makes up for what happened. I'm saying this is what ended up happening as a way to legitimize Jordan's annexation of the West Bank, right? Because one of them was even, let me check. Sorry, I have my notes from from the books that I read and everything, so I just want to make sure that I'm saying it correctly. That the Palestinian Arabs were to thank the Arab League, or the Arab states, on behalf of liberation of Palestine.
Oh.
And and
I
and
don't know.
so and so essentially,
That's just it sounds like an excuse of the conqueror. They actually all want to be part of
no,
our
no, no,
big
it is, and that's exactly what I'm trying to say is that I agree with what he said insofar as yes, Transjordan and Egypt were both willing to take the land and to even like giving Palestinians Jordanian citizenship, doesn't solve the problem of liberation for Palestine. It just
exactly. Yeah.
makes them now subject to another state that
State. Yeah.
isn't Palestine.
Yeah.
And so this is why, um, this this is why, um, uh, sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I can. Uh, So this is why the Arab League, right, again, which essentially means Egypt at this point, condemned the Jericho Conference because Jericho, if you know where Jericho is, it's between Ramallah and Amman, like between the capital of Palestine, at least as it West Bank, and Transjordan or Jordan, right? And the Syrian press also, in particular, said, in fact, I think it's actually called, I want to say it's actually called, Yom al-Suriya, but anyway, I could be wrong, like the Syrian Day newspaper, I think that's what it's called, something like that. They said it was a violation of self-determination. So there were objections, right? Like, that's what I'm trying to say is, like, there were objections from other states to the idea of them taking it over.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying that when he says, well, nobody wanted to support them, it's like
he
the states that did.
Nobody. He said of the surrounding neighbors.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean the surrounding neighbors. I mean, but one of them is Syria, and Syria did support them, but it's not as though they were going to fight against the other Arab countries, right? Like,
but
I guess to me yeah, like again, I think that, and perhaps I don't want to, necessarily see it seen as though I'm just objecting to semantics, because that's not what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
But rather, I'm trying to just contextualize that, like,
of course.
Jordan and Egypt both wanted to use the war in order to gain, or use the war in order to gain territory, to gain influence.
Yeah.
And that came at the expense of the Palestinians, yes.
Yeah.
And that is why, even today, you have Abdel Fattah al-Sisi saying he won't accept a single Palestinian refugee from Gaza.
Right.
Like, there's still this not wanting to accept this, and then you have something like what happened with Jordan, where it annexes everything, and then it gives them citizenship. But then in 1988, it does literally a war crime when it renders the Palestinians stateless by invalidating all of the West Bank Palestinian people's Jordanian citizenship.
Right.
So, again, so I'm just saying that, like, I just want to contextualize what's going on. So anyway.
Okay, so I think I've taken a lot of your time, and you might sort of have, I've taken a lot of your time, so I think we should probably continue this next time. We were not able to finish this big chunk on the current Israel situation. We were not even able to get to it. But I think all that we've talked about is extremely important to sort of lay the groundwork for discussing what's happening now in Israel. So I think it definitely was not a time wasted. But I would like to concretely schedule a part 2 with you so that we can just sort of get to the current events and discuss
Yes,
them.
and it will be very soon. So like within this next week. So so we can schedule that in
do you
DMs
have
if you would like.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna
Um,
DM you and we can continue next time.
okay then, sounds good. Well, it was so nice talking to you, Lucy, and thank you so much
Likewise.
for having me on, and thank you so much, Chad, for all of your questions and everything. I hope that this was, illustrative and interesting.
I think we
And
learned
to
a
my
lot.
chat also, I say thank you again for watching, and yeah. So I will see you soon, Lucy.
Yes, and we
Have
will.
a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. And with this, I think we're done for tonight. Actually, there was just an Israel stream, or rather, a history of Zionism stream. We've streamed for 5 hours 16 minutes. So I think we're gonna finish it up for tonight. We're gonna continue this conversation soon with Shakespeare. And what else to say apart from we end the stream and love and solidarity. What did you think? Was it nice? And we love our boom. We go with this and with this. We love and solidarity. We love our non-binary siblings. Boom. And I press end stream. Remember to press like, subscribe, button, donate, etc. Okay. I press end stream now. See you. I wave to you from the turned off camera. Bye bye. Oh, I actually should turn on the camera now. Hold on. There we go. I turned myself on because before I turned myself off. Good night.